Okay, so apologies in advance if there's some background noise. My neighbors have been running a pressure washer, I think it is, for like the last 3 fucking hours. It's 10:45 a.m. So yeah, they've been going for an unreasonable amount of time at an unreasonable hour. I'm not mad about it. It didn't affect my sleep. Neighbors, how's everybody doing? Hope you're having a great weekend so far. Um, Sen, Priz, J-Bridge, Nipple Salad, Sora, Super, Civil. I'll be mad for you. Thank you, Civil. Thank you for bearing that burden for me. I was having a fun conversation this morning. My dad's a gamer too. I mean, obviously he got me into gaming, but he's still doing it at 65. So we were just talking about how hyped we are for RE4 remake. He finally played the demo, and I was like, "I told you, I told you." He's like, "Yeah, it's pretty good." Just a fun, wholesome conversation. I also told him he probably wouldn't like Diablo 4 because of how online it's trying to be. Um, but yeah. Anyway, that's been my morning. Um, so Borderlands stuff. Stream with Quack Dad one. Maybe one day. Maybe one day. Um, Borderlands stuff. Um, I want to test out an anoint actually. Information that's come up on a couple of these streams since I've been doing grenades. Um, that I should probably try to actually utilize. So we're gonna do that now. There's an anoint. It's another one of the you can't get this online anymore type um ASA novas. Now those novas are always fire. They don't scale up particularly well. They get grenade damage boosts. So like I want to see how that works out on the flak grenade build where I spend most of my time in fadeaway. Could be interesting. So we're gonna try that. Would you suggest to get myself back into BL3? Got to like 65 on Mo's and I just burned out. Um, Build crafting in general is what keeps things fresh for me. Like, if I think of an interaction or an item that I'm like, huh, I haven't spent much time with that, I will try to dive as deep into that thing as I possibly can. A lot of my time in this game is also speedrunning for time trials, so just end game stuff. Um, Speaking of time trials, I don't know what I'm gonna run today. Either Either we go for record improvement for True Guardian on Flak, or I try to retake True Scourge or True Woden, because Super has them both now. Super grabbed Woden by, what was it? Like point 0.6 seconds? Super? You remember offhand? You're here. Congrats on that, by the way. Point 0.5. Thank you. So yeah, half a second. Wait for this to one-hit bosses now. It's not gonna. I gotta get myself the item first. Hang on. It's not gonna, because historically it's not been very good. But I'm curious to see if it'll, like, at least kill basic enemies. It could be a fun thing to play around with. We'll have to see. Yes, Kevin, hi. We'll have to see if this even properly goes into my inventory. Oh, I clicked the wrong thing. I'm not trying to open Epic Game Store. I'm trying to go to my browser tab. Stop it. Stop doing the thing I told you to do instead of the thing I wanted you to do in my mind. So I won't have URAD anymore with this. Um, I guess that means I just need a different artifact here. Why do I have Banjo? I have a Banjo on too many saves. What is this? It's spreading. Looking to more build science. Are there any characters you haven't spent a lot of time with that you want really weird playstyles for, Nipple Salad? Because that's a good way of getting playtime in my experience. Like, I don't really care too much for Zane builds. That's why when I do play Zane, it's like just weird stuff. And it's worked out well. Artifact-wise. I guess if I'm not going Deathless, I want to go Vic Rush. Reclaim as much of that damage as I can. No, it's kind of a waste since I'm Flak. What passives am I running? Rat damage there. Action skill cooldown would probably have been a better choice. We'll go Grenadier. Maybe I go fire damage. Yes, Kevin, you are a cat. I'm so proud of you. Thank you for noticing. Go fire damage. I did it again. I do have some healing. Rage and Recover is there for the pet, but I'll be able to take advantage. End up playing it all? I played a bunch. It's something I'm not going to make content for. That's the compromise I made for myself. Like, I'm still very conflicted ethically about giving ActiBliz any money. So I decided that if I'm gonna give them money to play the game, I'm not gonna give them my platform to promote the game. So, that's my middle ground. It's a whole muddy area, but that's what made me feel okay enough to play it. But yeah, the first like 2 hours, I wasn't sure if I enjoyed it or not. Civil, like it felt weird. Then I started like messing around with stuff a lot. Hey, CZ. And I think I really like it. There's a bunch of core things that the ARPG genre just needs that they did, which I think are cool. A big thing I don't like though, well, my only death so far has been to servers being shit. That's to be expected though, Blizzard moment. But the other thing was, I don't want to see other players running around. Like, I get it, it's cool, shared world, all that, you know, it makes some people feel more immersed. It makes me feel annoyed. Get that shit out of my game. I don't like it. If I wanted to play Destiny, I'd be playing Destiny. It's Miss Up. Hey, Miss Up, how you doing? How's your trip? Hey, Jester. 6 seconds faster than Garwood. Let's go. Think you can turn that off? I went in the menu and it didn't turn off. Just killing. I mean, kinda. Oh, 2 mil. No, that wasn't the Nova killing. That was the red suit. Yeah, that's about what I expected from this thing. It does less than the red suit. That's not very common. See, look at that. Look at that amazing damage. Against Flesh, it hits for 2 mil, and the red suit hits for 1 mil, but the red suit hits twice as often, so it's the same damage. But the red suit does more against shields. That's so tragic. Well, at least we don't have to be deluded about this being good. Can just go back to, you know, the correct setup. But yeah, D4 stuff. I really like Rogue as a class. I had just planned on playing Rogue until Druid was available. But, like, I might just play Rogue. My action skill. One of my favorite things about this setup is that it's you have to sweet spot in terms of range. Like, you need to get close enough to get your projector active, but then be far enough away to get a decent GA bonus. It's very interactive. Get myself for saying it probably doesn't mayhem scale. Might be saved by Skag then. Yeah, my recollection is that it doesn't mayhem scale. Oh, the rogue can use both melee and bows at the same time. So good. Yeah, yeah. I've been using bow spenders and then melee generators with like the melee movement skills, shadow step and dash. Is this nade away? Yeah. We were testing ASA Nova Viper because it gets nade damage. But it's worse than the red suit with every grenade bonus you can have. It just does less damage than a red suit does. So, we stopped doing that quickly. We also have to give up URAD to do that. Yeah, grenade damage does count as grenade. It doesn't count as a grenade. It gets grenade damage, but it does not count as one. Specifically. So yeah, no, it can't pull a holy pin. Like, it gets that annoying. It gets all the grenade damage passes. It cannot pull the holy pin. What are you using? This is a triple sticky pangolin grenade. As we know, sticky grenades are crazy. Hey, Conman. But rubberized allows you to get more hits in. Sometimes we do that. There's an argument for double sticky jumping being optimal for this grenade. Just for coverage. Most enemies you're attacking with this just aren't gonna live the hit anyway, so you can afford to lose damage to get more hits. But the thing with takedowns is there's a lot of armored enemies. We're already using rad against armor. We'd probably want to go with a different elemental profile to do that. Like, it'd be shock with transformer and then no ASE there if we were doing that. And then have to go no you rad. So it'd get real weird real fast. That's a situation where ASA Novas could have been good, because that's a weapon anoint that just would work for us. Like, the jumping part could have been good right there. Another good thing about Red Suit here is it kills the Death Skulls pretty effectively. Improvement of staying true on time, pretty close to record. Yeah, if anyone's gonna get that, I'd say it'd be you. So move it. The struggle just to get them to hold still, because I can't rely on the pet. Okay, just let me up. Nope. I keep getting shot in the back, because the pet is not in position to taunt. Okay. We're good now. When you actually have your pet taunting for you, you just run around getting in melee range and sticking all the enemies on the face. And then everybody dies. This is definitely another aim your Hyperion gun to survive build. Helps a lot. I wonder if the fadeaway Nova anoint would be fun here. stream die? Are we good? Anyone else have an interruption? We're good? I think that'll be something with Dr. Seven's connection. Miz up. Nice red explosion chain to get up. Version aim to kill versus Quack Chad aim to survive. Once again, Hyperion favor manufacturer in this game because they just do so much. Like, there's some stinkers. Their SMGs in particular, lot of stinkers, a lot of stuff that did not stand the test of time. But almost all the shotguns, bangers. Most of the snipers, bangers. Maybe half the snipers if we're being honest. Their non-gun applications, such as the weapon shields and the GA. They make grenades, they make shields. Hyperion goes crazy in this game. Navigating this is gonna be tricky. I need projector on to do meaningful damage. Ow. That's got me. Rat on armor. Monka. Should just switch to a corrosive grenade, but that's not fun. There we go. Wait, how am I dealing with you? Oh, yeah, you're just not gonna move while I'm invisible. Cool. There we go. Thought hairdressers are open until 5 p.m. every day. Turns out on Saturday they close at 3. It's 3:05. Pain. Suffering. Oof. Sorry about that, Viper. I personally closed the hairdressers. Just because I thought you wouldn't need to go in today. So for anyone who's not seen this build in action before, that was a super dirty run. It's normally a lot cleaner. Just swap grenades favorably. That's why there's so many grenades in the inventory. Pipe bomb is also better in that fight. Maybe do a run with pipe bomb. Just show that off. This is a grenade build made on Flak around the role reversal class mod, which is one that's continually underrated. When DLC 6 first launched, there were a lot of people saying that, oh yeah, none of the DLC 6 class mods are good. I'm like, that's not quite true. And then there were some people saying, well, only Amara is good. It's like, that was never true. Moses is good. It's just for use cases that people tend to not be weird enough to go for. Like, for builds where you have Cub out with you fighting as a main source of damage, Moses Heat Exchanger is great. For Iron Bear builds where you're running miniguns, Heat Exchanger is great. But then Zane's is shit. Amara's is shit. Flax is weird because it's more pet stuff, but this is the flavor of Flack pet stuff that actually functions. You don't need it to kill things. You don't need it to do anything particularly consistently. You just need it to crit. Which, between the pets that are already able to naturally crit and the purple tree support and the fact that the class mod itself rolls Throat Ripper, meaning you don't need to invest into purple at all if you don't want to, you get some good consistency on the Gunslinger Jabber critting, because it just sprays an SMG around, and it's not as dumb as the loaders. Now, if the loader AI wasn't completely shit, then there'd be a good argument for even running the Ion Loader, despite the fact that it makes you take more elemental damage. You know, I need to see if having Ion Loader out turns off your red suit immunity. That's something I've never thought to test, and now I'm just curious. Why did your shields go out? Morning, Urban Mech. Morning, Cobb. Does Ion Loader take friendly fire damage from a pipe bomb? Is that what's happening here? Purple tree testing? Not intentionally, just something weird happened. Okay, Ion Loader gets hurt by the puddles from pipe bomb. We learned something new and terrible about Purple Tree today. Accidentally. Cool. Does this happen to the other pets? Let's see if it happens to the Jabber. Maybe I'm blaming Purple Tree unfairly. Maybe it's all the pets. No, it's all the pets. See? This is why we test more completely. That's interesting. I never knew that. But yeah, we go, Purple Tree down to this point, mostly to just make sure the pets crits do a little more damage. Gunslinger Jabber with at least a point in Monkey Do, actually can kill basic enemies if it chooses to. But in terms of this build, like, you could absolutely just cut out the purple investment past Throat Ripper and then, like, get more damage. Probably should. Like, not having Hunter's Eye is a little questionable. But we're not critting that often, and we have a lot of V2 from GA and ASA 150. So, like, formula-wise, Hunter's Eye does less here than anything else. Is that the damage sharing skill? Oh, it might be... Yeah, it might be Hive Mind. Yeah, actually, that makes the most sense. Because I forgot that Hive Mind does not account for immunity shields. Here, what's something that'll kill me? Not enough to hurt the pet that much. But yeah, you're absolutely right. It is Hive Mind. Let's see, the shield went down again. The pet is intercepting a percentage of the damage I'm doing to myself. Okay. Forgot I had that skill. That's why a lot of builds don't actually take Hive Mind. Especially ones that are inclined to blow themselves up. Yes, Kevin. Yeah, I did forget that. What's Deathless for? What do you normally use Deathless for? For Mose? No. Mose is the character least likely to ever equip a Deathless. Mose can just do it with her skill tree. Deathless is to turn on our gun anoint. This run we're using the porcelain pipe bomb. So you remember that grenade that a lot of people used when the game launched because it was bugged? Just did more than it was supposed to. And then they fixed that bug, and people are like, oh, this item's dead now. It's still one of the best damage dealing grenades in the game. In fact, it is the recommended grenade for this build, for people who don't have radiation sticky grenades. This is why. It's just good. What is it? Porcelain pipe bomb. This is a quest reward. Just comes like this. Don't need to worry about part farming or anything. That's why this build is one of the easier ones to gear for. You basically just need a Guardian Angel, a red suit, a pipe bomb, and then you're good. The rest is just getting more damage. Rat on armor without my projector on. And I was almost neutral on grenades there because my pet was in the background critting things. But with 6 out of 3 Throat Ripper, you have a, what is it, 30% chance for the pet to just crit on any instance of damage it does. Now, the Jabber's gun can already naturally crit. And the Jabber is not only using its gun, but the red suit around it is also getting the Throat Ripper crit chance. So if the Jabber is standing next to an enemy and shooting, it's gonna crit a couple times a second. So, infinite grenades. Played a lot of Wonderlands recently, gotta say I miss this music. Nice. I might try to squeeze in a Wonderland stream next week. I was originally gonna do one for, 1 year anniversary, but Resident Evil 4, so probably won't be doing that on the day. Do your boss mechanics. That works too. Heard you guys like the rat explosion noise, so I figured I'd trigger it a few times for you. You're welcome. Next Wonderlands is better music. I don't like most of the tracks. It's not that I don't like most of the tracks for Wonderlands, personally, Irish. It's just that they're not memorable. Maybe they weren't trying to be memorable with them. They're very, like, background sort of, oh, I guess there's music playing right now. But that's a stark contrast with Borderlands, where you're like, oh, I remember this track. This one's a banger for, like, every song. And then Wonderlands, you're like, oh, I think I recognize that one. BL 1, 2, and 3 all have bangers in them. They do. They do. And I'm sure you guys have heard me give BL2 a lot of shit, but one of the areas where that game does not have problems is the music. That soundtrack is heat, start to finish. And then, of course, BL3's. Yeah, Haunts music, Cartel music, Atlas HQ theme, the one in the Hemovorus fight. Even Tyrene's boss music kinda goes hard. Troy's boss music, Mouthpiece's boss music, Evil Lilith boss music. Wotan music, Anathema music, Valkyrie's music, just Maliwan takedown music, Guardian takedown music. Hey, Panda Alvi, thank you so much for the raid. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Welcome in. We're just talking about how great the Borderlands soundtrack across multiple games is. Currently, we're talking about BL3 tracks, but I did just express appreciation for BL2 soundtrack as well. Borderlands music design is almost always just a great. But for those of you just joining, if you don't know me, hi, I'm Quack, I do build stuff. We're sort of warming up and just messing around with some of my existing builds. And different gear and interactions that I haven't really used on them often. This is a flak grenade build with fadeaway, which is not something you see commonly. I figured it's a good place to warm up while I think of what I'm going to speedrun today. That's just unfortunate timing. That's got me, though. Okay, Pet's actually taunting now. That's another reason we don't run loader, because the loader bot cannot trigger the taunt from Not My Circus. Go. Gigamind. Mind Goblin these nuts! It's okay, I'm mad at myself for doing that too. Yeah, we'll switch to the corrosive one for now. Very childish. I'm sorry. I'm sorry to disappoint you. I'll be better. I missed. You didn't get the fancy kill because Quag aim. Alright, now Pet, I need you to actually successfully attack command this. If this hits, holy shit. No, of course you missed. Well, I need you to shoot it at least, because I don't have grenades. Just shoot it. Alright, can you shoot that? No? Okay, it got a crit with the red suit. I got a grenade back that way. So that's why giving the pet a copy of your shield is so important, because if you can't trust it to shoot, you could sometimes trust it to stand near enemies and not attack them. And that still gets you grenades back. Alright, can you attack command that successfully? No, of course you can't. You're also failing at shooting at it with your SMG. Okay, you got it eventually. Maybe I need to give it more reload speed. Like, currently I don't have any points in agility training. Maybe I should change that. Monkey needs to understand ballistics. Yeah, maybe it does. Okay, let's do some Moe's stuff. I want to do another run with the Mongol just to highlight that. Last stream we were messing around with the Mongol launcher, which is a returning item from Borderlands 2 that people just kind of forgot about. It wasn't initially obtainable in the game. It was just in the game files without a drop source for a while, like a few months. They eventually did give it a source. It's a dedicated farm-only item, which a lot of people say matters to them, and then they just don't go for these items. Which I don't get, because they're missing out. There's a bunch of bangers in that category. The Mongol launcher, the Headsplosion sniper rifle, the It's Piss grenade, the Hive launcher, Garcia, Sledge's shotgun. Yes, it's actually good in this game. Like, there's a bunch of good items that are only Deddy farms that get slept on. So we'll do True Guardian takedown with the Mongol. The creeping death is farm only, so I don't have to be disappointed by it. Yeah, you don't have to look at that item if you don't want to, because it is Deddy only. Smart gun is good though, and that's Deddy only. Scorpio is actually a lot better than people give it credit for, and that's Deddy only. Assuming this is the TCP. This is also the max radius you can get on a Mongol. And with, max radius on my artifact class mod. Like, the highest radius roll you can get on this thing is a 302 on the card. From parts, which is not as big as some other launchers, but this thing gets so many projectiles that it's like, yeah, we're using a wish to double up on it. Radius here, and TCP. Carpet bombing everything. It's also really funny at long ranges. Oh, I'm dead. Yeah, killed by the pillar. If you get stopped by that pillar and you have a launcher out, you just don't have enough movement speed. As most. Whoopsie. I was being greedy trying to get some free ammo back with MOD in the air, but price agreed. This performance from the weapon is one of the reasons why I think this has more of a place in endgame than its presence currently indicates. So like builds that use launchers usually go for a Plague Bearer, Hive for mobbing, sometimes Backburner for bossing, frequently Kick Charger. Kick Charger is the fastest damage delivery, but only goes to one target. Usually, unless you can get a really sick lineup. Plague Bearer is good damage over a long, like a lateral area. Backburner is concentrated damage to one area for a short period of time. And then Hive is a middle ground between Backburner and Plague Bearer in terms of function. But Mongol just goes in a straight line and then kills what's over there. In a big radius. It's the most conventional of the launchers, I think, in terms of function. Hey, Soccer Chick, how you doing? Like, Mongol, you point, you click at that spot, and then what's at that spot blows up. It's pretty straightforward. Sitting over there being a Chad, it's true. And no Pillar of Death this time. That's nice. I was a little surprised at how well this Cryo one still does against Guardians. This is why URAD is good on this. But it's just kind of chilling, still doing its thing. It's very point and click. Keep in mind how ammo efficient this thing is. This is 2 ammo per shot. Plague Bearer is 4 and has a charge up time. Hive is either 3 or 4. If I remember correctly. This is 2. Hitting flying enemies is a little difficult, but if they go close enough to the ground, I can get them that way. Now, if I was using this in a speedrunning setting, I would just have, like, a shock kick charger for the flying guardians. Maybe shock, maybe not. I would have a kick charger for that. This is just casually running the gun to show what it can do, so... I'm just gonna use the Mongol on every problem. Oh, you can even take out items with it, because it's just gonna hit the crit spot a bajillion times. I gotta tend to this one. See, I already killed too many on this one, now the items respawn. Very fun gun. Extremely satisfying against Anathema, which I'm very much looking forward to showing off. And because of how many times it hits, it's very good at self-upkeep with means of destruction. You really don't even need to throw grenades, for being honest. But Hex is the Hex, so of course we're using it. When they're in the air clustered like that, my best bet at killing them is red explosions. Or them stopping to do a laser. This is where having Cub active instead of off would also help me. There we go. Come on. Charge me. Thank you. all my speedrunning. You think I know these spawn patterns? Might have done this a couple times. That's one of the very few spawn patterns I actually have like 100% committed to memory, because there's only 2 variations of what happens there. And even then, the only variation is which enemy type you get in that 3rd wave. Okay, we get cool anathema time now. So the phrase carpet bomb was used, and I think that's pretty accurate here. Because that's what we're gonna do. Fortunate sun plays in the distance. More. Little trigger happy there, but I only did 1 shot on the boss. If you line it up perfectly, you can pre-fire and then phase the boss instantly with a single shot. Which means, yes, Mongol can clear GTT as fast as a fish lap can. If your aim is good. Good thing it doesn't eraser. Yeah, this thing would be absolutely nightmarish if it did. I think it's still a very good candidate for, like, Zane launcher builds. Because you can run Wish playing dirty, and then have triple projectiles every single shot. Like, what you're seeing right now is double projectiles every single shot. Flak can inconsistently get triple, Zane can consistently get triple. Zane also having a shitload of gun damage, of course. But another thing that helps Zane is fire rate. Zane could shoot this the most frequently. Which means it could really be the carpet bombing experience. And with a cryo one like this, he wouldn't need to worry about blowing himself up. Easy access to Splash Annoy? Yeah. Though honestly, you think Airborne is more worth here, CZ? For Zane, at least. Obviously, I'm going URAD right now, but I feel like Airborne gets a lot of value here. I don't know how that applies to the child projectiles, though, is my question. Unlisted projectiles that spawn from launchers are a bit cursed in this game. They're very picky in what bonuses actually apply. Like, they get nothing from fadeaway other than the crit status. They don't get the damage. It's weird. They only get Cold War bonus elements if they don't direct impact. Splash and Zane Airborne have better value on Moes to feed Skag's big surplus. Ooh. Yeah. Yeah, that checks out. But URAD. But URAD. I was also thinking about the value of short fuse on this gun first. And because the projectiles are in waves... Okay, now the Trivium song's in my head. Fuck. Because the projectiles are in waves, you do get multiple short fuses per trigger pull here. Just give me 150% for my 465% bonus element. You're thinking like a Zane player? No, I'm thinking like a elemental matchup concerned player. Like Plague Bearer Hive, you can get half a dozen short fuse triggers. But it's dangerous, because like the projectiles can come back towards you. Mongol, you can get like 1 to 3 pretty safely. And it's got a high base damage. Like, we've been ruined by things like the Free Radical. So obviously, when we compare this Malawan pistol to this Vladoff rocket launcher, and the Malawan pistol absolutely slaps it in base damage, makes you raise your eyebrow a little bit. But 91k is very high base damage for a gun. Very high. And that's just for the listed projectile. I think the gun damage in the airborne would apply to new projectiles too, but who knows, I guess. Thank you for testing. Fuck. Where's the straggler? Who's still alive? Oh, someone over here. Video game? Oh, well. I'm missing an enemy. I'm just missing an enemy. I can't rocket jump on this setup. I don't have much movement speed on this setup. That's what you get for having fun at a video game. Time for vengeance. Moe's moment. Yeah, and Moe's is too short to do the side mantle. Time for vengeance. Oh yeah, I was doing Gorillas of the Mist Mongol. It's amusing, but I think it's still a 3-shot none, despite the weirdness. She just licked me for real. Zoom. Hey Leg, how you doing? You're just in time. We're about to start doing the zoomies. Perfect, Mose is gone. I gotta update this. This is from before I retook the Amara record. We'll throw a few runs at this. If I get like a decent GTD run, then I'll take a break and run like Wotan or something. He's temporarily retired like you. Yours is not temporary. Yet you're still helping people out. You're still helping people out. You're not retired as much as the other Moe's players. Yeah, I was running Frozen Heart. Frozen Heart Grenade Radius. Yeah, that makes sense. Helps me avoid time loss on the flying enemies. tired, perhaps. Yeah, not retired, just tired. That's unfortunate. I guess I'll play that out. Could have been faster, but I made a series of oopsies. I was being addicted to other games in my backlog to play BL3. Understandable. Oh, well, I guess that's a reset. I had to line up poorly there. A lot of people go to part-time consultant work after retirement. You know, that's a fair point, Nunu. I'm a helpful soul. Sorry, that's a crime to this community. It's true. Nobody gets more hate in the Borderlands community than people who explain how things work. To the hate watcher who made the loader bot is actually good Reddit post, I love you too, buddy. Let's be friends. Call you out on that? No, but who else is talking about that? Who else is as vocal on the matter as I am? No argument there. Yeah. It's a safe assumption. Can't name Loaderbot, at least I can still pet Loaderbot. They are very cute. That is one thing they do correctly. It's crazy to me how glacial the pace for the first bit of the takedown feels on Flak. Like, I'm already hitting the button on Amara right now. But, like, it's so much faster everywhere else. Like, we're currently 8 seconds behind my Amara record. And we're gonna end up faster. Just because the second half of the takedown, Flak absolutely dominates. Risk of creating another save, you consider a Frozen Heart gear swap run? I've considered it. I am too bad at menuing. I suppose that's where your another save thing comes in, where I would just get rid of everything else in the inventory that isn't the shields. But I'm too bad at menuing, I lose time. I don't lose enough from the Frozen Heart for that to be, like, an efficient use of time. Like, Frozen Heart is faster here, still. And now I'm ahead of Amara. Like, Frozen Heart's fast in that room. It's slower here. But it's equal speed on Anathema. And then, provided I throw fish correctly, it's equal speed Necrobugs too. That's a bad slam. I'm telling the planet's not supposed to be 16 Fahrenheit in mid-March. No arguments here. Hey, you come over here. Oh, I killed it too early. That's fine. I was trying to keep pet alive strat, but it's not gonna work out. That is something I probably should sit down and really think about instead of spitballing mid-run. Because keeping the pet alive at the end of the Anathema fight gives me 15% movement speed. For the next section, which is one of the two sections where I do still have time to save. Acceptable pace. I would have liked to have cleared this armor bar before the 7-minute mark, but my bad room one kind of prevented that. Just time loss. Not sure why I didn't have damage there. This is kind of the keep pet alive strat right now. Bouncing part actually saved the run right there. But see, now it's too far away. I can't keep it alive. Yeah, 805. So this is now on pace with Amara, like, after time losses. And it should outpace her here. I get stragglers like that. So somewhere in the midst of Crystals 1 and onwards, Flak just starts getting faster. This is another section where Frozen Heart is insanely valuable. It just clears the flying enemies. Unfortunately, I cry out myself. It's kind of a big deal. Like, that was insane pace, and now it's just a good pace. Hey, Frosty, how are you? Good, how are you doing? I'm doing well today. As usual, there's always something going on. And my neighbors could be a little bit more considerate about who might be sleeping on a Saturday fucking morning. But, other than that. I'm gonna try to have the pet tank those. Use the pet and Frozen Heart so we don't have to kill. Rare pet W. That's why we run Beefcake Jabber. Lets us do things like that. Because Gunslinger, it'll just get in what it thinks is range for the launcher, and then it'll do one of two things. Rocket launcher itself and die, or miss the target. So despite Gunslinger Jabber being better at building up frenzy stacks, it just doesn't get in position. That was almost disastrous. I did leave Straggler up there though, so it's still bad. I don't know if Flak could be so fast. Most of the movement speed in this game comes from gear. While Zane has a lot innately that you can just pretty much always access on his builds, you can still get a lot from gear on everybody. Yeah, this is a not record pace run, but still, no, good run. This is not even the most movement speed Flak can get. This is just the most I can get while using this action skill in this class mod. I keep shooting that first item too early. Like, every time. I need to wait, like, an extra couple frames. we got a straggler over there? Yeah, I'm like 12 seconds behind. Mostly just a bad movement and scuffed anathema. There. Oh, we got this bad spawn with a diadem in here? Okay, that's absurdly bad RNG. You're not supposed to get diadems in here. It only happens if you get really close to a diadem spawn from like a previous room, but you don't trigger it, so that it'll just put it in the next wave of enemies. So I killed either too many or not enough enemies in the last room, is what that means. So yeah, definitely not record, but it's a sub 17. I don't know why I wouldn't be able to just play the character and run the fastest with usually Zane. I'm glad you put usually, because Zane, in terms of peak movement speed, if we do not include abusing the respec system to infinitely stack a skill in a way that you can't in normal gameplay, unless you include that, Zane is the second slowest at peak movement speed. It's a fact that kind of breaks some people's brains. If we're talking just playing the video game with your spec, without abusing respec stuff, then only Flak is slower. And, like, I'm by no means slow. Moze would be the fastest under those parameters. If we say no glitches at all, including, you know, getting rid of respec ones, then Amara is still faster than Zane. Assuming she's gotten a handful of kills. With Amara, she has to actually kill enemies. With Zane, he can just have his peak for free at all times. That's what makes Zane accessible in terms of moving fast. Also, Zane doesn't give anything up to get movement speed, whereas other characters have to make choices that require them to lose significant things. Except Amara. Amara doesn't really have to give anything up either. She just has that enforced ramp time. Flak and Moze both have to give things up. Like, you can't really get decent movement speed on Moze without giving up your shield slot. A shield slot that I'm not using for movement speed on Flak right now. I did have a thought. Something I should test, I guess, that might make menuing justifiable for this run. Soccer, do you happen to know, with typical speedrun rack stab move speed, does a triple fleet or vagabond allow you to jump the gap? You happen to know offhand? Need to play Mo's more, barely play her, basically Zane only guy, I don't know why. Um, it's like a whole different game once you start playing characters other than Zane. For most Zane players, I'll say. Occasionally you have someone who has a truly creative mind who just favors Zane, who understands that this is still the case. People like Bratuha, for example. Um, but Zane is the character who's the most vanilla gameplay in this game. Like, you are experiencing the least interesting parts of Borderlands 3 from a build crafting and interactions perspective by playing Zane. He's just the most simple. That's how it works. Now, some people love that. Some people want to just pew pew things in the face while going zoom zoom. But he's the most basic. That's why you see the most, I suppose, flawed takes on item economy and build interactions from very entrenched Zane players that don't really deviate. I think so, maybe. Another reason Lucky 7 Mo's speedrun high, the slot isn't as important in most cases. Old God with speed. Yeah. Show me build. Double move speed on Artifact. EMP5. Jabber with 5 Yop. And we won't have any move speed from IPS. Because no beasts. And no bounty hunter. A bounty hunter doesn't give it anyway. How much of that common is you thinking Pearl Zane? None, actually, but Pearl Zane... So, Pearl is weird in terms of its value on Zane. It's almost never valuable, but one of its very few use cases is one of those situations where Zane players just complain about the most, and that's fight for your life. Because so many people don't use anything in Zane's kit other than gun damage. If you ever go down on a Zane gun build and you don't have a See and Dead, which is a bad class mod compared to most of his other ones, by the way, and you don't have a See and Dead equipped, you've lost all of your damage bonuses. So if you're just going pew-pew with, say, a light show, you don't do damage anymore when you're down. Now, there's ways to get around that. There's specific weapons you can bring, specific skills you can focus on, specific strategies you can gear to prevent that. But another thing, a very simple fix for that is just equip a Pearl. And then, hey, suddenly you have an entire Amara's worth of gun damage for existing. Pretty sure the only reason to play Zane instead of Amara Mo is because I hear bad things about him when the game first came out. Yeah, Zane was the character who was most in need of love when the game first came out, Frosty. Like, you know how crazy of a skill Violent Momentum is? That skill was trash when the game came out. It was still Zane's, like, primary source of gun damage, but it was trash. They buffed it 2 months in. His kill skills used to only stack once, not twice. That was a change they made 2 months in. See and Dead was the only way of getting kill skills consistently outside of killing, because See and Red would only activate infrequently. You had to either throw Barrier off a cliff or Doppelbanger your clone. So, until See and Dead came out 3 months in, most people were like, how do you keep your kill skills on in boss fights? And then Purple Tree was a year in. A whole year. Flat Bad? That's a meme, by the way, Frosty. No one here thinks Flat Bad. But yeah, Flak, I think, was the most popular character on launch. Sidorak might work. It's 15%. I'm trying to... So, like, if I can do that... If I can just jump the gap without the rocket, then that does free up an item slot. Once again, I don't know what a free item slot does for me, other than potentially I can keep the pet alive during the anathema fight. And that means more movement speed for the next section. So, like, if I can... Here, let me give myself this shield. I'll show you guys what I mean. Old God. Triple Vagabond. ASE move speed. And we'll make it, I guess, corrosive. The idea is if I equip this, pop my action skill, with this amount of movement speed, I might be able to just jump the gap. By slide boost. Purple tree only for flags you want to ruin your day, pretty much. It's got some niche use cases, but usually it's just a bad time. Even if I thought flaw was actually bad, most played is not a proper metric to indicate quality. Very true. Once again, Hellwalker, Light Show, Cloning Magic Tracker, Seeing Dead are the four horsemen of items that are way past their prime and extremely overrated, yet they're very popular because the YouTube content scene keeps telling people use this item, farm this item, use this item, farm this item, when there's better things that are easier to get and also behind fewer paywalls. So the idea is, after I kill that last enemy, before the anathema thing, I menu equip the old god and try to jump it. BL2 or BL3? I mean, they're good at different things. People like them for different reasons, and it doesn't need to be a competition between the two. Borderlands fandom is at its worst when people are comparing games to each other. If you're asking my personal opinion, I would rather brush my teeth with sandpaper than play Borderlands 2 without heavy mod overhaul work. In Borderlands 3, I have almost 7,000 hours. So, that's my personal opinion, but I do not speak for everybody. You can speak for me. Are you on the same page, newbie? Hey, Captain Baldspot, thank you for the prime. appreciate it. Hope you enjoy the emotes, ad review, and all the good stuff. That was a good room one. And because I don't have the launcher anymore, I need to do this. Oh, that's unfortunate. I lost about 2 seconds by hitting that bump. That input. Star Beast over no Blood Star Beast. BO4 has mechanics from all games. Yeah, there's definitely good features I'd want to pull from each of them. I like BL2's system of clear hard content to get more difficulties. They took inspiration from that with Wonderlands, and I think that was a good choice. I like BL3's variety of content and variety of builds, for that matter. I like BL1's weapon proficiency system. I would very much like for that to come back. And for the most part, in my head, I just treat TPS as BL2, but with gameplay done correctly at the cost of volume of content. TPS is Arena, the glitch arena. That is something I would love to see a reprisal of. Slightly slow here. Oh, I can't rocket jump. Never played it? Oh yeah, Viper. So Bloodstar Beast is named after a boss in Bloodborne. It's just the Bloodstar Beast. It's like the first major boss of the game. Would make character like Jack? You mean like Timothy in terms of gameplay? That does work. Interesting. Question is, when do I switch back? Right after Anathema? Hey, Kitty, how you doing? It's awkward. Still awkward. Like, this definitely works. It's just very awkward. I don't know if it's faster. We'll see if that movement speed makes enough of a difference. Like, I'm behind, but I think that's for other reasons. Bad movement. Well, that'd have been a full reset if the pet wasn't alive. It's still bad, though. I don't think that's worth it. Yeah, I don't think this is a run I need to eliminate the rocket jump from, because it's not like the Amara run where I traded it out for having an EMP5 where I didn't before. I don't think there's an advantage to it. Because the pet movement speed stops being useful, like, there, as soon as I get to that point. It's for about 10 seconds of movement. 15% movement speed for 10 seconds of movement is huge in the context of this run. Like, it's a big deal. But if I'm losing, like, 5 seconds elsewhere in the run, it's not worth it. Reset this. Science experiment was good, though. Mary Kiss killed Borderlands characters. See, Viper said, Mary Mose, Kissamara, kill Zane, go on a month-long lads on tour style hunting trip with Flack. Yeah, you know, I'm 100% on board with that. 2 nights of garbage sleep, though, so I'm very tired. Ugh, I feel you there. I made the mistake of falling asleep early 2 nights in a row as well, Kitty, so I woke up just throughout the night. Although yesterday was just because I'd spent too much energy playing D4, and then I was just like, ugh. Not wrong, easy question. It is. Bloodborne is something I've only seen a playthrough of, but instantly fell in love with the world building. So before Elden Ring, Bloodborne was considered FromSoft's magnum opus. Just like from both gameplay and atmospheric perspective. For a lot of people, it still is. Yeah, so, yeah, definitely, the very definitely final update. Uh-huh. Sure, final. Mm-hmm. Terraria final update. There you go. That could have been so fast, but I just had terrible movement there. So 114 with some losses. Wait. You know what I did? I equipped the wrong item. I was like, why can't I rocket jump? What is this in my hand? I was already on the path for that. Wrong item. Played Bloodborne for 5 minutes and said, fuck this. You missed out. Bloodborne isn't Borderlands. It asks things of you. Have to actually try, unfortunately. Unfortunately. I maintain that the reason why FromSoft difficulty is so well received as, like, an acceptable challenge is not because it's particularly difficult, it's punishing. Things being punishing is... there's a distinction there, because it's just a lot of pattern recognition, for the most part, and learning which boss mechanics to really respect, if you want to succeed. Nothing about FromSoft difficulty design is, like, that bad. I'm gonna reset. Going down there was not good. Red Belt playing Elden Ring decided it's too confusing for me. Yeah, a lot of games of that scope have so many things in them that, like, trying to learn them all at once seems really confusing, but then once you scale it back and just take the things one at a time, it's like, oh, okay. Like, Godfall was very confusing for me when I first started playing it. And as you get the hang of that, oh, it's, like, cool. You know? Dragon Age Origins, when that first came out, it took me 3 attempts to get into that game, because the first time I was bored, the second time I was confused, the third time I was like, oh, I get it. loving the effect it's having on shooters like Remnant and Outriders for boss design. Yeah. Give you a specific example. Everyone knows Melania's waterfowl dance from Elden Ring. The one where she just goes crazy and slashes like a bajillion fucking times. That is a noteworthy mechanic that players respect. You have to respect it, or else back to the last checkpoint. And that's a boss that is not that difficult when you respect the mechanics and are appropriately prepared. It's just a patience check. I'm gonna reset, that was too slow. Went back in and played Godfall the other day. Exalted Tower is real fun. Just wish more Exalted game modes were released, because power level for 90% of plates is well above the second hardest difficulty. It's one of very few gripes I have with the game. See, I never got to the point where I was able to finish Exalted, so, like, Ascended still is good difficulty for the setups I have. I totally understand. Melania is fun to watch, but mechanics-wise, she's rather mid with how inconsistently dangerous her attacks are. I mean, she's got one that's run or die. And then she's got the rest that are, you can take one singular sidestep and be completely safe. An amusing thing for Elden Ring speedrunning stuff is relatively recently it was found that one of the final boss's attacks you can dodge by sitting down. It's one of the harder to dodge ones, but if you go into your emote menu and sit down, it can't hit you. It's hilarious. Sounds like my kind of dodge. It's used in the speedrun. If the boss does that attack, you just sit down and wait. Racks, really? Yeah, this would have been a really good one too. Shame. I love Dark Souls 3 and I played it, but I did like read wiki look where to go is probably the reason why I ended up loving it. For some people, the process of, you know, figuring out exactly what you're supposed to be doing is fun. For other people, they get frustrated and lost. I'm more towards the latter, if we're being honest, in terms of, like, where to physically go in the game. I'm perfectly fine to figure out a fight mechanic. I will throw myself at that meat grinder 1,000 times. But if it's like where to physically go, that shit gets me real tilted real quickly. Maybe that's because I have no sense of direction in real life either. So I just want things to be different when I play video games. Viper, I'm lost again. Yep. Viper knows. When do we get Quag Map? It's just Quag Graph, but the face is Quag Mad. And then there's a map instead of the graph. The map is upside down? Yes, Vince. Yes. bad spawn set too. Look at this map. Every time I do, it makes me nap. Anyone who has co-opted with you knows. You're just as bad, Prez. This is why we blame Lazy. Whether or not he's in the game, we blame Lazy. Don't let Prismatic tell you guys any differently. He's just as bad with finding where the next objective is as I am. I am, I don't claim differently. No, that was just bad decision making on my part. Shit. We ask Lazy for directions in games he hasn't played. We do that. Yeah, that's good. 111? Yeah, no pillar to get in my way? Doo-doo. I did say that. Holy speed, Batman. So that was just Fish Slap being an absolute legend and bouncing off of me in ways that it gave me Frozen Heart Novas to clear enemies I wasn't looking at. I'm so ahead right now. Pro gamer strats. Sorry, pro video gamer strats. Trying to use the less offensive term. I like this strat. Wouldn't want to get confused with the tabletop. Holy shit. I didn't know I could finish that room that fast. Okay, once again, my estimate for how fast this takedown can be done on this build has been, changed. was a little dirty with how those Sarahs treated me, but the Frozen Heart stopped it from getting worse. So, like, I lost that time save in that room because I did throw too many fish, the room after Crystals 1. But that was by far the fastest I've even seen that content done on any character up to that point. That's faster than Zane. Sub 350 crystals is, like, really fucking good. And I've had faster room 1. I think it's because the clear of the mobs right before crystals was faster than I normally do it, because of those really lucky fish slot bounces. Hope you're doing well, Don. Actually, I'll let the pet die now. Yeah, this run has fallen apart a bit post that, but that first bit, I need to make a highlight of that, because, like, if I was to make a sum of bests for splits for GTD, that would definitely be a fat gold just for that crystals finish. Yeah, like, I'm still only about 6 seconds behind, despite losing 10. More, honestly. Oh, well. That's run reset, but that's really interesting. I'm actually gonna go back through that right now, because I'm curious. I'm very curious. I'd already lost all the time advantage I had there rapid fire. That wouldn't have been record by that point, anyway. If I'm finishing Anathema after the 8-minute mark, it's like, meh. Because it's about 9 seconds for the portal to spawn. So, if I'm past the 8-10 mark, hitting that portal, then I'm, like, not really on pace anymore. I can still make up the time later, but... Alright, let's look at this shit. So that is... Was it a 111 for room 1? My best for that is 108. 112. 112 for room 1. Okay. My best for that's 108. Crystal's finished. Wait, no, that's a different run. That's a different run. Hang on. It's a different run. It's not there in the VOD yet. Oh, there it is. Okay. Found it now. I was looking in a different section. Let me pause this for a second. Let me run pp%. I'll be right back. All right, be back. Yeah, Dr. Two-Face, how you doing? Yeah, 111 for that. I'm making a highlight so I can analyze this later. Yeah, 348 crystals finish is insane. Just vibing? Glad to hear. Okay, so if we were to take 2 seconds off of that, 3 seconds off of that to match my like fastest ever room 1 on this build with this gear, then that would be a 345 crystals 1 finish. If we take my fastest ever for the next room, then that should only put me through the door at like 420-ish for the next one, provided no revenants there. Blaze it. That would mean I could be sliding into the anathema fight, like touching down at about the 5-minute mark. Which does mean there's the potential for sub 750 anathema. And if we scale that forward time-wise, if I clean up Necrobugs 2 to be about a minute 20, which is the goal, that means I could be hitting the jump pad to Crystals 2 at about 9:20. So my estimate for what's possible with this build on Flak is basically gone from about 1540 at absolute peak to something more like 1530, 1525, because that's a huge chunk of time. And unless Zane players can like if this run was to happen, this best possible run with the, sum of best, if each fastest time for each segment I've ever done happened all in one run with perfect RNG and perfect execution, put in Super Scourge Kill instead of mine because it is 1 second faster, then that means that this build does have the potential to outclear current known peak Zane on this content. A very frightening thought. Because that doesn't even make sense on paper with how Creamer Eraser delivers damage versus how this build delivers damage. Creamer delivers faster with less cooldown restrictions, is safer, you physically move faster. Like, I don't understand where Zane comparatively loses time. It might all be on the bosses, but, like, let's look at Time Trials board. Let's look at Time Trials board. Yeah, fastest Zane on the board right now is 1534, which is slower than this estimate. Fastest Zane Scourge is 247 with Hustler Eraser. Like, it's not even losing time on that. That is a whole 19 seconds faster. There is more RNG for Hustler Eraser versus both bosses. But I'm trying to think of where it's faster, and I can't think of a location. It's very weird. Well, I won't give this too many attempts today. Next run we get that, like, makes it past Anathema. I'm just gonna play it out and go for Scourge times. Which is gonna require me doing a different strat. So I moved my timer when I was in my other window, and now it's covering half of my minimap. I'm gonna need to find time to move that. I gotta do that, man. Well, this is trash anyway, so I can move it now. Time Trials has been very interesting lately with the runs people have been pushing and the categories that have been pushed. I've become more and more tempted to go back to pushing Malawan. It's just... like, GTD is always fun for me. Malawan gets very annoying very quickly because of bugs. I just don't want to be tilted while playing this game. It's not fun. But I also want to push the Malawan categories as well. There's a lot of scaled runners. I want to keep pushing True. Because we got that Amara True takedown record much quicker than I thought. Like, I know I can get some of these runs, it's just... do I want to? No. Don't do it. Thank you. less time loss. Not much, though. Hit me. Not nearly as fast as the last run, but recovered from being a dead run. That's a positive. Yeah, it's about on pace for matching the current record rather than exceeding it. Keep bouncing hard. Fortunate I had that much overkill. I didn't think I did. But it worked out for the best. Only lost a couple seconds, once again, rather than dead run. Having backup strats is so important for longer pieces of content like this. Yeah, 359. Still good. Item's giving me grief. Cost me like 5 seconds. Ooh, I hit the slam properly. That's a W. I guess I know how I would get consistent pet-only cycling of this boss. It'd be real cursed skill tree stuff. Head out for a bit, best of speed. Thanks, Viper. You have a good one. Like, going down to take this and purple would let me just throw an old god on the pet. Although the value of that is questionable with, I'd presumably have points and take this. So I don't know. What could I put on the pet that would increase heat bites? I see breakup drones stay when you go down. Might honestly just be that. Gonna let the pet die. Should only have like 20 seconds of downtime this way. Maybe 30. Hey Snow, how you doing? Welcome back, Jester. Over 8 minutes. Sag. 804. Ugh. Play it out though. I said I'd play it out, and I'm not really beating my face against this run super hard today. Okay, yeah, so that leaves us with about 20 seconds of pet downtime, which means we literally just don't have it for this one part of the room. And we'll have it for the next. By the time I jump down here, it's respawning. That works out. Ah, the fish I pre-chucked down there. Worked out. That's a big deal. Wait, hang on. Where did I get time back? Huh? I somehow finished that 10 seconds ahead. I wasn't paying attention. Might have to go back and watch that. I was just kind of vibing. Hey, Mr. Sean. I was hanging out on your stream last night. I was too sleepy to chat, but I had you on mobile while I was in bed. Haven't seen this much fish being tossed as I went to that seafood buffet at the local truck stop. Yeah, you should be sorry for that one, Control. I lost a couple seconds to that. Okay. You don't need all those seconds. Just most of them. Not my shenanigans. No, it was my fault. It was entirely my fault. Me choosing to read chat instead of focusing is my fault, not yours. You are chatting. That's what the chat is there for. Never feel bad for that. Still on very good pace. Thank you. Love you. Good pace. That Sarah fell in the void because it froze and it didn't die. That cost me like 5 seconds. Oh no. Not a W for the terrain. Oh no, that cost me the time. I can't even be mad at that one, that's just funny. Yeah, that cost me the time I needed, I think. Hey, that's one you just gotta laugh off. Food items over there. I lost all my time save. It's unfortunate, but it does happen. Maybe we get a good teleport. It's an okay teleport. I wonder if ground slamming there is slightly faster. Might be. I know animation cancel ground slamming is, but no animation cancels. This was really fucking close, chat. This might still PB, actually. Maybe? Hopium? No. It's so close. Oh, that was so good. So, out of the 5 things that went wrong after Crystals 2, if any one of those hadn't happened, that'd have been record. Any one of those things. So if, yeah, rip those 5 seconds. If that Sarah hadn't frozen but not fallen to its death, if I hadn't gotten double diadems in the first teleport, yeah, so it's super doable because this was also without my best ever room 1. This was without even a very good pre-crystals 1. Remember, I was going into hitting that button at like 205 instead of 156 like that previous run. So if we just subtract the time I lost in this run, that's maybe like 8 seconds. But then if we go further and include my best room 1, that is another 2. So that brings us to 1602. And then if we bring in that really good pre-button 1, that brings us to 1552 for what this run could have been. I also did fumble a little bit of Scourge, but that didn't cost me more than like 2 seconds. Because my diadem handling was better, except for one of the phases. So it was like better across the board, and then one bad one. So like maybe 1550 is what this could have been. So I'm not mad at that. I am not mad at that at all. Quagium. Okay, so things to maybe mess around with speedrunning now. I could go for Maliwan, but like those Maliwan times are so good. I'm so scuffed when playing this on Maliwan because barrels. Yeah, Cheerio's got a 348. Using Stinger. I feel like Frozen Heart's more optimal, honestly. Am I gonna put myself through this shit? Yeah. Yeah, I am. There is exactly one spot where a rocket jump might save me time in the run. 2 spots. 2 spots. One of them is not worth doing for sure. One of them might be. So I guess I keep that equipped. We need the damage from that. We don't need the extra bounces. We don't need grenade radius. And we don't need all that movement speed from Jabber. So we go Scorcher. Oh, I have a Guardian token. Alright, let's head over to Maliwan. I never speedrun Maliwan. It's so frustrating. Ignore 2 days ago where I spent half the stream doing that. So I've given up 15% movement speed in exchange for 3% health regen and 30% elemental damage. The elemental damage is primarily meant to make my kick charger and frozen heart more consistent. My fish doesn't need it, but the others might. Movement. Seems like something I would do. Not double. Skill issue. to that. Lost a bunch of time to that. That one guy choosing life. You're supposed to choose death, sir. Oh, can't do that, but today we learned. The thing with using Peregrine and Malo 1 Takedown is it is extremely RNG heavy because your Peregrine can only spawn the grenade if the enemy you're hitting is not immune to the element of your Rex. So if I get fire heavies, then I don't get Rex. I can switch my Rax element to Cryo, but then I have the same problem with Cryo Heavies. That's the spot where I'd rocket jump, but I think the movement is too tight for me to bother doing that. Oh, you have Cryo Gun. That sucks. Shy on the damage I needed there. It's not bad for a warm-up run. Hey, Beef. Damn that guy? I know, right? Oh. Well, that's a reset. I was not careful. It was dead anyway. I don't even know what that sound was. Corrosive Heavy, what do you think about Rad Fish Slap for this takedown? I still have enough damage that the static charge bonus element kills them in 2 hits. I can test to see if a rad one would still have enough damage to phase the boss on 1 hit. I can test that. But the big thing is if it's a fire heavy, Peregrine doesn't happen. Even if I change it to cryo, it's just changing which element is a problem. So I have to hope for as few of the heavies to be fire as possible. That's not the right map. Not doing. Now something I could do is I could just run a fixative and run Bounty Hunter instead of Peregrine. More of my damage would be... I'd need to rely on the Novas more, which means cooldown might be a problem. Eliminating Cryo Heavy is more important, right, because they can slow me down. And I would have to give up either quantity of racks, which is consistency, or cooldown to change the element anyway. So since I decided no rocket jump, I can have that. Yeah, I can have that. I don't strictly need the grenade regen for this content. It's a lot shorter, and I'm throwing less frequently. but this does let me more comfortably skip the vending machine at the end of bridge. Like, I only had 6 grenades going into the fight, but I knew I'd get some back on my action skill use. So, I did that. Since I have the Scorcher, I don't think there's a real justification for me going, like, cryo damage here. It'd be a little more, but I don't think to a point where it would matter. You know, just, going as is. My aim wasn't tragic this time. I was proud of me. My movement is tragic, though. What the fuck is this? What am I doing? Yeah, just reset. Is there anything better I can use in that face puncher slot? I was proud of you. Thank you. Anything better I could use there? I don't think so. For a bit, I actually ran a needle gun for a backup gun on this build for chucking. Punch facer. Probably don't need to charge that third shot. Not sure why that guy took the sweet fucking time. Much slower. I'm slowing that shot again. Free rad perhaps? I'm a little worried about the charge time, but you might be onto something. How's the runs going? Going okay, son. I lost less that time. The Valks fight was better, but my movement is fucking terrible. double bridge. Why is it not over? Yes, it is. Double bridge, yay, everyone's favorite. I logged my PC again. Nice. No, slow. Just have less bridge? Oh, I should try that. Thanks. I hadn't thought of that. So even with a slow Wotan, that was like 25-second Wotan kill, something like that. 28. Even with that, like, that's fast enough. I need that bridge to not be terrible. And I need to get through Courtyard faster. Giving up movement speed, again, might be an option. Because if one more melee damage passive on my artifact allows my corrosive fish to one-shot corrosive heavies, that could be enough of a time save anytime one of those pops up. But I feel like I have other problems in the run right now, so I really shouldn't worry about that. I'm actually making sure to pick up the Iridium. I don't know why, but it felt important. Frames? Where's my frames at? Rax, hit something. Thank you. I don't know where my frames are. It actually interrupted a slide. Good double though. Excuse me? Nice sidestep, my dude. Nice sidestep. Well, that was a good kill up until I lost 5 seconds to terrible aim. Oh well. I think this is the sweet spot, because if I grenade this point, then they're going to bounce and hit the enemies as they're spawning up there. My Frozen Heart can hit enemies on the ground, my Racks can pursue enemies up there. I think this is how we get the most boxes consistency. Why did that have to be there? Just don't get shot. Just simply don't get hit. Be like water. Not the mayhem water. Wow, double bridge 2 times in a row? Really? Really, game? The way I can tell is the last enemy is a hack hound that comes out of one of 2 spots. And if it doesn't immediately end upon you killing a hack hound that came out of one of those 2 spots, you got double bridge. Oh, that's not enough to phase. Okay. Took that too early. That was just bad aim. Legit don't remember the last time I didn't get double bridge. I wish we had a better idea of what causes it. Double bridge mod. No double bridge and no spawn delay so that boxes are more normalized. Also, fuck it, remove barrels while we're at it. And make it so no enemies can get cryo guns. Those are all the annoyances for the run. That would make it just execution based. With the exception of which elements heavies you get, but outside of that, it would just become instantly, like, no more frustrating RNG. I didn't get a kill with my shield, so I didn't have overkill. I was hoping the Scorcher would give me enough damage to not be in that situation, but it didn't. Also, these first enemies not dying. Maybe I do go Stinger. I'm gonna try Stinger. There was no double bridge mod that'd be live for time trials? No. As much as I would love it at this point, no. Does this need to be corrosive? This could be shock. Stinger feels like a guaranteed kill on anything in the radius. Yeah, Stinger's more damage than Frozen Heart. The reason why we were using Frozen Heart was just to hit more things. It's still strong enough to kill basic enemies. But for Stinger, Stinger's probably enough. Cryoed. I missed. Oh, don't revive me. Love the Frozen Heart, probably my favorite shield. It's a really good one, Original Slacker. It's fantastic. It's also a great example of how people are talking out of their ass when they say, oh, I can't do any good builds because no DLC. Bad spawn pattern. Their shield's definitely Void Rift. I love the Void Rift. My enjoyment of it did go down when they buffed it for no reason. But I do still like it. Frozen Heart with an Icebreaker is just Chef's Kiss. It's definitely a very good combo. Bad courtyard. Shock heavies are completely immune to Stinger. Yeah, shock probably not the play then. I don't have a rad one on me, but I guess it's time to change that. Here's a question for you guys, chat. If you could have a hybrid of any two shields, what would it be? miss wasn't ideal, but what can you do other than not miss? It's not an option here. That guy living was not optimal. Slow start. Oh, that I'm in Frozen Heart? Ooh, I like it. How am I missing that? I guess I'm jumping earlier than I normally do, because the elevator was still going down. I'm not used to that timing. I need to get used to that timing. Band of Sidorak one-shotter. Ooh, yes. Yes, 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 yes. Some combination of Messy Breakup, Voidra, Frozen Heart, and or maybe Om Nom. Send that's more than 2. I'm not reading that, J-Bridge. Right, Kevin? That was a little too silly. It was bad bait, right, Cat? Quagane. I need these courtyards to be like 10 seconds faster. Ah, that's where Rad Stinger becomes a problem. That's where Rad Stinger's problematic. It's nice in that no enemy in the takedown's gonna resist it, but it is also not gonna one-shot a bunch of things I would like it to one-shot. Oops. Show me your weak spot. Stop moving it. I guess I could stand here and accomplish the same thing as the Frozen Heart lineup. Yeah, that's a good spot. I am already behind, though. He's a god. He's a god. What a shot. Never mind. He sucks. Never mind. He's a god. finale? Maybe. That's better. Where's that fall on the board? Is that second place? No, it's third. Not good enough. I won't submit anything worse than second place. He sucks, he's a god. Nice use of emo. We're like third place, fucking got him. They could just give body rune to everything else. Body rune, hammer and anvil. Hammer and anvil, mace wardu would be really cool. I would run that. Trick mirror, Shamwai. So, Non-Ellie will have a worse elemental matchup than Corrosive or Cryo versus Armor, but it'll be neutral on everything else. I won't get the Scorcher bonus for it. I will for the everything else, but that makes me kind of want to go back to Gunslinger Jabber. Trick Mirror and Anvil? Ooh, yeah. Trick Mirror and Mace with their fucked bullets get the ward effect too? That'd be crazy. Your shield would be a face puncher. Alright, let me run to the bathroom real quick. PP% again. Ugh. And we'll keep going. Okay, be back. Cursed Wit Bad Egg? That's toxic. It's up to Monkey for movement speed. I kind of don't need the movement speed, but it makes the most sense here because I get the crit damage for my kick charger as well that way. Like, it's between that and Greathorn Skag. Which, honestly, maybe that's not a bad play. I can also use the Greathorn Skag to phase that one shield phase of Woden. The one where I look up. I could use its attack command for that. To put it in position so he bites, will just do it. God fucking damn it, dude, whenever I try to simply shitpost, I end up being helpful. Well, I was gonna do that anyway already. We're on the same page already, Snow. Holy shit, stomach. Maybe I try the Skag. Because I would like to also have enough damage for my kick charger to the point where I don't need to spend as much time charging it. And that also gives me back a little bit of damage into my stinger that I'm losing otherwise. Do I want an ASE melee here? Probably. I read a post. Ah, was it a post about Amara builds? AmaraBuilds.com? Hang on, I need the copy pasta. I didn't save that anywhere. Hang on. I'm using this for myself. But yeah, follow this man. He has an entire website of his 32 Amara builds, and is probably the most experienced and knowledgeable Amara theory crafter anywhere, period. It's a different command here, but now anytime anyone starts a sentence with Amara, that's gonna happen. Did you know that cry is stored in the O? P in the balls, stone in the underscore swan? Even if you answered yes, you are not ready for AmaraBuilds.com. Want to left click and break records. What build should I use? Lucky 7. Oh, one of Stone Swan's builds? Yeah, that's a different question. Can't find my AmaraBuilds.com ads from Swan Stream last night on my clip tray. Oh no. Got a substantially less body shot damage. That is terrifying. So, like, I don't mind resetting that, because as long as I get a jabber, or not a jabber, a Ratch to spawn on the left side, I can hit it for overkill. So I don't need to, like, have enough damage to one-shot that guy outright, but I would like to have that. Hey, Kirk. Thinking about a cryo build for Amaro? It's a problem with cryo, infusion, anima, tempest, maybe there's something. So anima turns off if you take cryo element. Do unto others doesn't work with cryo. The rest should. I think it's just do unto others and anima, and do unto others is a shit skill anyway. Oh, no mistakes in nature as well, but again, that's another shit skill. Or not no mistakes in nature, one with nature. Thank you, misspoke. Yeah, I got those confused. Yeah, that's what I meant. So one with nature, do unto others, and anima. Losing the points in anima doesn't hurt you unless you're specifically going for driver stuff, or dot stuff, or rad explosions. So as long as you're not doing any of those three things, then anima turning off is also a non-issue. No one got me, my Rax got me. jumped too early. Shit. Still hit the single. Jumping way too early. I was overeager. That was a really good single Valk's execution, so I'll play it out. It plays out time-wise to be like a mid double Valk's. But it lets me practice this lineup. That's not good. Pet, are you gonna even try to save me? It wasn't gonna, was it? Bad boxes. I do really like that lineup, though. Maybe I shoot those barrels. I can shoot those ahead of time. Barrels, super fun. Amazing, aren't they? Welcome back, Sora. Like, I can, you can see the bridge while you're at boxes. So 2 of the barrels are in sight. You can shoot them ahead of time. The other ones you can hit as long as you have something like a launcher or a Tandava that can, like, hit around corners. How long has Jake been on the back of my chair? When did this happen? Hi, Jake. Did I just not notice when this happened? He's just... He's just doing his Jake things. Right, cat? He's paying no attention to me. You okay? Normally when you're here, you're trying to eat me. Yeah, he's fine. Looks like since before last run. Wow, he never sat still that long. I'm impressed. See, that's what I expected. Terrible movement. I was hitting my throw grenade button. I hate you. I was literally pressing the button. You probably heard it, because that's one of the buttons that my mic consistently picks up. Hear that? I want to try that rocket jump. I'm not using that slot for anything else, so... Now I don't have overkill. Now I do have overkill. That was just dirty. I think I jumped too early again. Yeah, and I missed. This is the Maliwan experience that I expected before getting the semi-decent runs earlier. It's not the stinger causing me the problems right now. I gotta get that out of my fucking head. That's not entirely my aim, by the way. Kick charger projectile does not go exactly where it's fired. It's mostly my aim, but not entirely. If anyone's wondering why I was able to slide while cryoed there, going down will remove the cryo status, but not the visual. Slight balancing factor with kick charge, I can decide to just shoot off to the side. Rax, you just didn't feel like showing up to work today? Alright, that's cool. That's actually fine. I don't lose much time going down here. Can I see... Can't see that barrel. That's the one I really want to hit. Black timed MTD runs, where's the real flag? They're as painful as I was expecting them to be, Chris. Yeah, so you see how influential boxes is. I'm coming out of that at almost the 3-minute mark. That is hideously slow. That's the rocket jump, by the way. It saves like 2 seconds. if you swap quickly, which I didn't do. So this barrel, these two fucking... Wait, 1, 2, 3, 4. Why do they have 4 barrels just chilling right next to each other? Because fuck you, that's why. I turned off the timer. We're gonna clear this bridge, and then I'm gonna see if there's a decent sight line. Because we might be about to get spicy with what I put in weapon slot 2. I bet you guys aren't gonna guess what item I'm considering. Anyone want to take bets? What item do you think? Okay, so that is where boxes is. So we can see from there to here. We cannot see that barrel, or those two. Why'd you get it in one guess, Mr. Sean? Why are you like this? Why you gotta go and be correct? It's no fun. Yeah, it's nuke 'em. Nuke 'em. AoE damage, drop him. I'm not using my second weapon slot. It's just for a rocket jump that, like, isn't practical for me to do. We'd be over there. I need to hit right about there, but from farther. Time to use photo mode. Is there a combination of parts on the Nukem that gives you more than one mag base? Yes. You happen to know offhand? Get up to 3. Let me actually take a look at this. Oh yeah. Hail 1's accessories give you +1 each. AFK boxes. Mostly, yeah. Playing disregard for content streamer, you're not Moe's. But I could be. Okay, so we can shoot one there, and it deals with those, but these are the ones we need to deal with. The 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 barrels just chilling here. Literally 5. And this barricade, the level designers of BL3 are not stupid. They're incredibly intelligent. So this one right here, this little barricade is so that you can't destroy all of these with one standard projectile. You need to be on top of it or use something that goes through walls. They are very intelligent. That is very much on purpose. Barricade behind the one in the middle means the enemies are blocked and fuck you. Yep. There is a projectile speed part, but I have it on there already. Should I remove it? Or... Barrel 1B is projectile speed. I have that on there already. Body A is another one. That's already on there. Keep it on? Okay. Yeah, I already have both the projectile speed parts. Ooh. The old projectile speed anoint. Yeah, we had the same thought. Let me just make sure I'm checking the spreadsheet. Level 61 or whatever. Yeah, it doesn't need to do damage. It should be available. I'm just double checking. I'll just make a level 51. Yep, cool. Go somewhere where you're not in the way. Thank you. That's without the annoyance. That's a bit of a difference. Here, I'll do that again. Looking at the same spot. Ready? No annoyance? It just hits that container. Annoyant? Okay, time to figure out lineups. That is insane distance. Doesn't do enough damage to kill me. That's cool. Wonder if they're mult. Ooh, maybe. Maybe I need to shoot it from down here. Because I keep hitting myself. Holy fuck, dude. Hop out on Amara, we need to projectile speed max. Remind me in a little while. It goes too far. Okay, maybe if I aim at that. Aim a little bit down, yeah. Still a little too far. Aim at that. And there, aim at that. Winner. And it went right where it needed to hit all of them. Okay, so the lineup is align with this corner, aim at that, trigger anoint, shoot. Now let's try that under duress. Cool. I fired the first shot wide to see where one with me not paying attention would go. Nobody, the speedrunners, all this shit. Now, the important thing to note about using this nukem is this, like, isn't saving me time. This is just saving me a potential reset. Like, it's just a consistency thing because I'm not doing anything else with this weapon slot for this run. So it's like, whatever. Now, something I am curious about is what if I use this in the first part of the run to deal with those barrels as well? Love lineups like that so fucking much. It's so cool. Like, I can't do it before starting the takedown, even though I'm fairly confident we have enough projectile speed to, like, make it fucking over there from down there. Like, if I stand here, I could land a nukem shot behind the gate by looking up. I have no reason to do that. Fucking love theory crafting. It's amazing. A little too much on that one. I jumped too soon, and I shot too soon. Did I not fall off there? Let me fall. Number of barrels should mayhem scale, that's how you make this game difficult. Remember that time I counted the number of barrels in that early IGN gameplay of Wonderlands? Hey, Bone Wheel Skeleton. This man speedrun at an average of 45 FPS. He's capital G gaming. Borderlands 3 isn't exactly conducive to maintaining a stable frame rate. I play at 60 capped, and you're not really gonna be at your max a lot of the time. Anyway, so if I played on something other than 60 capped, you'd get to see it bouncing between 140 and 30, especially with OBS open. Yeah, and my PC is definitely not the newest. Also, I have like 60 tabs open in Chrome. We're not gonna talk about that. Bad movement. that my own nuke shot that got me? It might have been. I didn't think it did that much damage. Solution. Get an even lower level one. OBS hurt your average FPS or just consistency? Both. Both. Proof can't even navigate around a bot with the one trigger word. It do be like that. Review to shadow a speed mod world record. I just don't have much of an interest in playthrough speedruns, like, because it's just... Obviously, it's the more conventional form of speedrunning, but it's less execution and more memorization, if that makes sense. Like, nothing in the speedrun is challenging. It's just executing the same pattern of inputs and getting good RNG. Which you could argue for a lot of time trial stuff, that's the case as well. But it's more like... I don't know. It strays away from what I like about speedrunning. Or at least how LAN's playthroughs work. For other games, yeah, I'd totally... Like, I'm considering learning the RE4 Remake speedrun when that comes out. Like, as an actual, just, like, I speedrun thing. Genuinely considering that. I would never be a LAN's game speedrunner. I'm just not built for that. Not like the execution, more memorization, and RNG. Die until I'm happy to talk about them sober. Yeah, sure. I'm open-minded. My perspective from an endgame speedrunner thing is like comparing Borderlands 3 endgame to Borderlands 3 playthrough outside of a speedrun setting. Nothing kills you in a playthrough. Minutes to be reduced? Oh, I'm not saying they can't be reduced. I'm just saying I personally don't have an interest in being the one to do that. Also, I don't quite think I have the necessary skill set for that in terms of, like, what I do for speedrun stuff, but I don't know. I guess the feeling of danger is something that, looking from the outside in, I feel like I would be missing. But I'd be happy to be wrong about that. Swap reloading is a huge part of what attracts me to the run. Ugh. I'm not saying ugh for, like, you liking that. I'm saying ugh because that's so many inputs. And one of those going wrong is like, oh, 2 seconds there, 2 seconds there, 2 seconds there, high APM. I do like high APM stuff. But that just sounds awful. RE4 remake super interesting because original RE4 is so freaking good. Changes in the remake may not make it subjectively better to me. Yeah, it's one of those things. Even the director of the remake himself has said RE4 original is a masterpiece. How do we remake it? He said that in an interview, promoting the game. So, like, it's gonna be one of those things where I don't think they're trying to be quote unquote better. It's just like a different take with more modernized design. If that makes sense. Like, QTEs are not as much of a thing. Obviously, you have the break-free QTE, but, like, outside of that, QTEs don't have a place in modern gaming the way they did 18 years ago. So that sort of thing is different. But yeah, RE4 Original was, like, one of the best games ever made, so remaking it at all is, like, a ballsy move. But the remake still looks so fucking good. Like the darker aesthetic, super awesome. Yeah, the fact that I've played through and seen that game played so many times over the last 18 years on so many platforms. GameCube, PS2, Wii, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, PC, and then the other PC port. Also, RE4 is a thing on iOS. There is an iOS RE4 game. You can't really get it anymore, but like, it existed. Like RE4 has been on so many platforms. It's got so many re-releases. Most people who've been gaming in the last 20 years have at least seen RE4. The fact that with that much exposure to it, I still managed to feel tension in the first 2 minutes of the demo is crazy. You're totally right. I think better was the wrong way to say. I think replayable is more what I mean. I get what you're getting at. Yeah, and it's going to provide a different gameplay experience either way. Like, there's some staple stuff that people enjoy in RE4 original that's just not going to be a thing in remake. And if nothing else, even if they did play very similarly, because the content is designed differently, because the map layout, if nothing else, and the enemy design, it's gonna feel like a different game, which I think is good, because it means, like, the original RE4 isn't going anywhere, but now we get two good versions of that thing. This is why I always say that, like, trying new things is better, because you just get more versions of the gameplay formula that you might enjoy, rather than doing a carbon copy. Like, I think a remake of this design is much better than a one-to-one re-release. Love to have a good version of PL2. Base. Yo, a version with desirable endgame, actual thought paid to item balancing, with fully functional skill trees that actually have meaningful choices to make. With all of those things, whew, that'd be a fun game. I'm checking out some early reviews, and they said it's a lot gorier too. Have you seen the you can see some of the cool kill animations in the demo. There's one where Leon just gets his eyes poked out if you fail, like, the break free from the front, like a regular Ganado. They just gouge the eyes. It's crazy. Just push him in. If Dr. Salvador gets you from behind, he slashes Leon diagonal across the back and stuns him, and then shoves the chainsaw through his stomach, lifts him over his head, and starts revving it. It's so fucking brutal. Hey Bubba, should I get Back 4 Blood for $15 or Left 4 Dead 2 for 99 cents? Why not both? They're different games that play differently. I like them both for different reasons. Silent Hill 2 Remake is surely going to be absolute rancid trash. I hope that it's good in the vein of Dead Space Remake and what RE4 Remake looks to be. There's a few ways it could go, though, right? Like, it could be, say, those GTA remakes that came out last year before, those, like, really fucking bad. It could be RE3 Remake, where the foundation for a good game is there, it's just bereft of content. Or it could be like RE2 Remake, where it's a different experience that's good and stands well on its own. Could be like Dead Space Remake, which most people are saying is better than the original. Could be like RE4 Remake, where it's going to be like neck and neck with a masterpiece. There's a few ways it could go. I'm hopeful that it doesn't go worst case, but also, nobody asked for a Silent Hill 2 remake. Everyone asked for new Silent Hill game. So, if nothing else, this could be a trial run for them making new Silent Hill games. Gunplay that feels like it was developed after the year 1996. Tell him, Leg. Tell him the truth. I maintain that Borderlands 2 gunplay on release is just, it never felt good, ever. It's like how when PS2 games came out at the time, we were like, these graphics are so good. We just didn't know better. But I will maintain that, for example, Resident Evil 1 remake came out in 2002 for the GameCube and looks better than a lot of games that came out in 2020 visually. So you can always be better. Konami doesn't inspire confidence. That's very true, J-Bridge. That's very true. Not invested in VR yet. I feel like a well-designed Silent Hill VR would make sell some kidneys. Yeah, especially with how much people loved PT, which was going to be a Silent Hill game before the whole Kojima thing happened. And then they scrubbed PT from the internet. So, like, there's a certain sphere of game that works out really well translated to VR. It's like Resident Evil 7, PT, Alien Isolation, like very atmospheric things like that, and you could argue that Silent Hill invented the atmospheric survival horror formula as it stands right now. E-Tech snipers are super cool. The railguns, Molokos. I like Molokos. Molokos are cool, gotta say. Shotguns, BO2, especially Torque shotguns, are fucking awesome. I like the Torque shotguns. I think the Jacobs ones just feel like they're missing something. That could be from me going backwards from BL3. Because, like, execution of Jacobs as a manufacturer to BL3 is just better. RE4 is supposedly a neat VR experience. That's cool. It is very nice not having to deal with that set of barrels. My movement was terrible, but the Nukem didn't lose me time. Such a meme item to include. I missed double because I was slow, but... Non-LE Stinger still doesn't get the one shot there. So that's one. Actually, oh, well, I was gonna reset. I'll still reset. Jacobs in BO3's league's better than BO2 by terms of feel. Yeah, even though Jacobs as a manufacturer, I think, is overrated for, like, power from an endgame perspective in this game. It can be made to work very well with a lot of build investment and being thoughtful about what it is and isn't good against. Obviously, a Maggie's going to be an exceptional mobbing pick with a good gun build, no matter what you're doing, no matter what difficulty you're doing. Taking a Maggie to a boss fight is where it gets questionable, because it had the power to do that in Mayhem 2.0, or pre-Mayhem 2.0, less so now. But that's a whole separate topic. In terms of feel, I think Jacobs is really well realized. It's like a well thought out manufacturer that feels good to play in combination with the sound design and the visual design of the weapons and the theme of, like, the characters associated with the manufacturer. It's really well done. And Jacobs is well done. Contrast that with something like Vladov, which doesn't feel good and isn't good and feels redundant. Like, think about Vladov guns for a second. These standout Vladov guns almost all only use one of their fire modes or only have one fire mode. The only unique aspect of the Vladoff manufacturer in BL3 is that they have alternate fire modes. So, like, if you take that out, what do? They're not the only bullet hose manufacturer, and look at the standouts. They're not bullet hoses like that. Obviously, you have some that are still very Vladoff. Monarch, very Vladoff. Dictator, when it was good, very Vladoff. Light Show, that fits Vladoff. Doesn't have the underbarrel thing. Boomsicle doesn't have the underbarrel thing. Lucian's Call doesn't have the underbarrel thing. You have exceptions here and there, but it's a manufacturer that doesn't feel like it has much of an identity because the whole bullet hose archetype, while COV covers that better, Dahl dabbles in that. Like, what's it for? And I think that's just due to the underbarrels not being balanced very well relative to the other manufacturer gimmicks. Is element swapping on Maliwan useful throughout the game? Hyperion weapon shields useful throughout the game. Jacob's Ricochet is extremely good. Dahl fire mode swapping, a little more situational. But the other sort of informal gimmick of Dahl is that they're weapons that feel very reliable, handle very well, tend to have high base damage. So Dahl still feels like it has an identity, even if you're not actively using the fire mode swapping. What's that skin on Flag? It's pretty cool. I'm running Grid Runner. It's the Cartel event skin. And I'm using Barbaric, Head, and Harbinger body. Maliwan bullet hose with flippers wild. Yeah, Maliwan even has a couple bullet hoses, you're right. So many of Vladoff's best not being bullet hoses is funny, applies to basically all their AR underbarrel uniques. Here, while we're on the topic, let's pull up Loot Lemon and actually look through this. This is fun stuff to talkie about. Alright, Loot Lemon. Let's go manufacturer, Vladoff, legendary. So, Back Murder does not have an underbarrel, is not a bullet hose. Boogeyman is a bullet hose, does not have an underbarrel. Damned. Instead of having an underbarrel, it has the Hyperion gimmick. It has a shield. Dowsing Rod. The top barrel sucks. The underbarrel is good. So, yes, the gimmick is good, but only half the gun is good. Phasor. I guess it's fine. The main fire is fine, but the underbarrel is very good. Like, if they had more balance to the level of Dowsing Rod and Phasor, then it would work out well. The Firefly sucks. Does this thing even have an underbarrel? No, it doesn't. It just sucks. Ion Cannon, no underbarrel, not a bullet hose. Infinity, no underbarrel, and gimmick meme shit. It sucks, but it doesn't need to be good. It's the Infinity, so I guess we could give that a pass. The Jericho sucks if your name isn't Zane, but like I guess it plays the Vladoff gimmick well enough. It has an underbarrel. Sure, we'll give it a pass. Kick Charger, no underbarrel, not a bullet hose. Light Show, good bullet hose, no underbarrel. Lucian's Call, good bullet hose, no underbarrel. Liuda, good bullet hose, no underbarrel. Magnificent, extremely mediocre, has underbarrel, but guess what? That's the only good one. And it's good because it's just a stat increase, rather than being a different underbarrel effect. Miscreant, good. The Miscreant's actually good. And once again, its underbarrel, it is just a stat increase. So, manufacturer not really doing the thing. Mongol, good. I guess it's as close to a bullet hose as a infrequently fired launcher can be because projectile spam, but other manufacturers have launchers that operate that way, and no underbarrel. Wonderland Stoker suffers from many of the same problems. Ogre is like fine. But guess what? It doesn't have an underbarrel. Rocket Pod is good. It's basically an only underbarrel weapon, but it's good. Septimator? I have not used the Septimator in long enough to have an educated take on this. Feel free to jump in here, anyone who's used this gun at endgame recently. If it's good or not. I'm inclined to say it's one of the better underbarrels. So relative to the manufacturer, we could consider it fine. But it's certainly trying to tick the boxes. It's a bullet hose with an underbarrel that does something other than stat increase. I'm willing to give this one the benefit of the doubt. Shredifier, if they had buffed this weapon a little more, then it would be relevant. Specifically in the form where the underbarrel is just a stat increase. Because the grenade launcher on a Shredifier isn't good. The bipod on a Shredifier isn't good. The shotgun on a Shredifier isn't good. So the one that's a stat increase is the best form. Just okay. Understood, Sora. Sickle. Now, the regular sickle is pretty fucking bad. The boom sickle is extremely good. It is an only underbarrel weapon. And is not really what I'd classify as a bullet hose, considering the boom part murders the fire rate. Dictator and Monarch, we can look at those together. Dictator, in its time, was very good. But once again, its underbarrel is a bit of an oddball. It's not using the underbarrel mechanics. It's the only mode you really shoot the gun in. And it's just more projectiles. So changing the stats of the main gun's effect rather than doing any of the underbarrel gimmicks. At least in Wonderlands, the Queen's Cry, use the taser, honestly nowadays, more than the main aspect of the gun. But throughout Wonderlands, the Queen's Cry has been desirable for both of its functions, unlike Vladoff. And then Monarch, same thing as Dictator, except it's still good. And Webslinger. Webslinger's main fire is like mediocre. The underbarrel, legitimately good. Webslinger is a good example of how Vladoff could be balanced across the board. People sleep on the Webslinger because it took several buffs for it to be good. Like, there's 4 buffs listed on Loot Lemon. 4. All of them being damage buffs. And it comes from Guardian Takedown, where you're probably using a build that won't make good use of it, because you're already very entrenched in what you're doing. And it's competing with the other drops from the Takedown, which are almost all top-tier items. You have Lightspeed, Globetrotter, Stinger, and then the Mayhem 6 drops. Asclepius is kind of fine. Tina's and then you have the Deco from Scourge, but how many weapons are in the 4 targeted buff club? I can only think of off the top of my head Webslinger, Hellshock, and Malik's Bane. Any others? Malon did mode change right, mostly. If Vladoff defaulted to Splash, would help a ton. It would. Why game? Racks? Do I have any racks out? take this reset. I had my timer off screen anyway. Need to put it back where I can see it. You guys could see it and I couldn't. How many target buffs did Reflex get? 2? Just 2. Even then, one of them wasn't targeted. Actually, it's gotten 2 targeted buffs. Yeah, 2 targeted and then 2 incidental. Like, they buffed Hyperion shotguns twice, and they directly buffed the Reflex twice. Hellshock has gotten a lot. It got the global Malawan faster charge and more damage. It got a second projectile and a damage buff, and then it got another damage buff, and then it got the global pistol buff. But in terms of targeted, that might only have been 3. Vladoff was one of my favorites in BL2. The modern state of them makes me a bit quite sad. Yeah, I genuinely liked Vladoff in BL2 as well. Like, Leadstorm, one of my favorite guns across the franchise. It's just super fucking cool. Chopper is a cool concept. Hail, Kitten. Chopper's Bandit. Why did I think it was Vladoff? Because it would totally be a Vladoff in this game. Disregard that one. What gun was I thinking of? I must have been thinking of something else. No, I guess I was just wrong. Leota, of course. Leota's good. Anarchists are great, yeah. Anarchist, aka the gun that's better the Infinity in every possible situation, except people just think the Infinity is good because YouTubers said they used it. Topnia, Yeah, BL2 Vladoff, good. BL2 Vladoff hitting different. Leadstorm, yeah, it was the first one I mentioned. I love the Leadstorm. Love the Leadstorm. Such a cool gun. Moloko, yeah, that's Vladoff too. No shit. BL2 Vladoff was good. BL3 Vladoff is just frustrating. Vladoff passive glitch crucial to the speedrun. For what, BL2? With the launchers? Or are we talking a BL3 thing? How many targeted did Unkempt Herald get in BL3? Pre-launch and the big buff, any others I forgot? And in terms of targeted, I think it was just those 2. Let me look. Yeah, Loot Lemon only has the big one listed. But it did get... Or was it one of the ones? It might not have been one of the ones included. There was a hotfix for, like, Day 1 Bounty of Blood for a few of the guns. Beacon and Light Show were on the list. I don't know if others were. I don't remember if it was for the rest of them. Yeah, with the launchers BO2. Yeah, that makes sense, like... That makes sense. That's a way to get up, I guess. could have handled that slightly better. Hopefully those barrels will be gone by the time I get over there. I didn't confirm the shot, so I have no idea. I do want an element on the Stinger. That has caused me multiple problems. I shouldn't have slid there. Snowdrift Snowball will hit that barrel and kill you, basically every time. But before we reset, let's see if that Nukem actually hit the barrel, because if it did, that's huge. Yeah, that cleared it. It's such a stupid strat. I fucking love it. Hey, how do you avoid barrels on Rackstab? Well, what I do is I use a Nukem from December 2019. And then I look at this particular pixel and blow it the fuck to hell. What conversation to tune into? I'll show you in the next run, Butter. It's funny. No one tell. No one tell. I'll show you in the next run. Oh, you went to that one? Bad RNG. Cut 3 minutes out of the run. Clearly 12-second MTD run. Easy peasy. Uh-huh. Yeah, let's run that back. Quick fast gaming. Indeed, Vocal. Indeed. How you doing? Nerf the Snowdrift remove Snowball. If I didn't need Static Shard, I'd run a Toboggan. Because then I wouldn't have the Snowball. I mean, I suppose I could slide somewhere to force the Snowball to be on cooldown before I get there. But it's tough to remember to do that. Exhausted. Weather was nice enough to work outside. How's you? Doing okay. I'm doing Swanee music? Swanee music? Oh, I can't read. Mystic. Swanee Mystic. Sorry for thinking that said music. The resolution on this monitor is quite shit, so apologies. Also, streamer can't read. I'm doing Sage Remoto. Sage Remoto? Streamer's not literate. I hope you're doing well, new friends. And Leg, thank you for the 9 months. I appreciate it.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
Major rum motto. That would make the most sense. Brain be absent. It do be like that. Nukem barrels. You got it, butter. Not the only set we hit either. Sirens are the best character, fun to play in my opinion. A lot of people feel that way as well. Amara is my second favorite in this game in terms of fun to play. And Lilith is my favorite in the first game to play. So I don't think that's an uncommon opinion at all. No barrels on the bridge by using that nukem. Let that death sphere get away, that's kind of a problem. Bad grenade. And I have no bonus elements. And you're both shock heavies. Oh, that's a big oof. That would have been recoverable if those two guys were any other element. You gotta laugh at that. Why are you alive? Well, this was a bad run anyway, but how did it live? That's not supposed to happen. I think that's why. Exterminates to the last. That'd be so crazy for this build. Like, you don't understand how many times I'd be like, yeah, I could just go down here. It's fine. Felicia, thank you for the 30 months. I appreciate it. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Toxic, I mean electric. Quag out here learning CSGO smoke lineups. We tested it a little bit earlier, Butter. It's really funny. But the game just knows the worst elements to spawn these heavy stats. It definitely weights them towards what you're using. I just don't know how exactly it calculates that. Because, like, for example, do 5 runs on Amara with the same action skill element, and if you look at those heavies, most of them are your action skill element. I don't know how it knows. Like, I don't know how it decides for flak either, because my grenade is corrosive, but my action skill is fire. I don't know how it decides these things. And my gun is shock. But there's some sort of weighting.
She's just a girl and she's on fire. There you go, Quack.
There it is.
Qua.
Qua. It for sure knows. I think it's whatever you're doing the most damage as. Yeah. And that would be nice. Like, if it was always that, then that would be nice, because that would mean I would never have the Peregrine problem. But I do. Does save quitting reset that knowledge? Ooh, that's a good question. I don't want to save quit after every run, though. I think it calculates, like, during the run. Honestly, like. But maybe that's copium just to stop from save quitting before every run. That sounds like hell. Don't kill me, don't kill me, don't kill me. Cryo. Right spot. Forgot I need to stand further back. Luckily I have time. Should be it. Bad input. Hopefully that doesn't cost me. heavy that costs. Very close. It's not record, but that's second place. Super doable. Super doable. I could have come out of Valkyries a few seconds faster. People are gonna be like, the fuck is this in your second slot? Well, have a good stream. Good luck on the runs. Hey, thanks for hanging out, Leg. I appreciate it. And thanks for the conversation. And the vote of confidence. That all means a lot. And the resub. Thanks for everything. During the run, I don't do run after run like this, and heavy still screw me up as much as possible. Thank you for confirming. Mar would kill for deadlines and rickroll and limit break. Oh yeah, any of that cooldown. Yeah, it's all the cooldown stuff. It's to the last. Scrappy. Name a flak player that wouldn't give, like, a toe for Scrappy. Like, giving flak swap speed would go so incredibly hard. Bonus elements. Well, yeah, I mean, Selfless Vengeance and Experimental Munitions would be crazy on Flak and Zane. And most players just don't take them. Zane into the last. Oh, One Toe McGee might not. But it's a free name change. Or a better conversation starter, because if your name is Old One Toe McGee and you don't even have one toe, great icebreaker. Yeah, Kevin, I agree. That was a good joke. Whoop-ass even? Yeah, full cat of whoop-ass would go so hard. I mean, it would also work better with other action skills, in fairness. Like, even if they locked it to action skills that actually have a duration, it would still work better on them than Cub. Like, full can with fadeaway would be crazy good. Zane and some for the road? Oof. Back? Welcome back, Viper. We just got a second place run. Was it 351 or 352, chat? I already forgot. I guess I should put the counter heading back up. $351, thank you. That is the record, right? 348, yeah. Priz, how many times has Nightbot gotten you today? Any other character with so many skills are mediocre on them, better elsewhere, such big margins? Honestly, I feel like Flak might have some of those, Priz. Like, Hidden Machine is skipped very often because, generally, like, Flak already has a GA, or, You're using rack attack and it might not be available. You take Hidden Machine on Gamma Burst builds, builds with Dominance, builds with Throw Mesmer. But there's a bunch that do skip it. You would never skip Hidden Machine on, like, Zane. Ever. Because your only V2 and tree on Zane is, Armand Flint, and that's Purple Tree Capstone. If Hidden Machine was anywhere more convenient than a Capstone, it's relevant, because as little tree diversity as Zane has, a common skill tree combo is double barrel and eraser, allowing you to still have significant blue tree. Going farther than eraser means you can't get as much blue. Hidden Machine on Moze probably apply to weird things while she's an Iron Bear. That could be funny. Could be. But, like, the IB anoints are already V2, so I don't know. I don't think it'd be huge. Amara's got personal space, so she's, like, mostly covered for V2. Although, that is only bullets, so I mean, could be good when using Glamour. Glamour Hidden Machine, that'll actually go really hard. Kevin. It's Felicia, and the stream's still going. It is. It is. What else would be cool on other characters? That gets skipped. Specifically, that gets skipped. I mean, Fuzzy Math would get taken on Zane, for sure. You imagine that? Ugh. Not even a challenge on Moze? Every other character in Burn Both Ends. Well, we don't skip Burn Both Ends very often around here. That's true, though. That is true. I should have Persistence Hunter on this build for the Kick Charger. Let me actually change that. Where did that extra point even go? I guess mutated defenses would be kind of cool. But eh. Do Galactic Shadow. Persistence Hunter on Amara? Yeah. Don't skip Fuzzy Math, you just can't reach it. Doesn't count. I guess. Anyone else benefit from Megavore? Yeah, pretty much everyone would, Jason. And Megavore, I don't think that fits well here just because it's like, everyone knows Megavore is good, right? If you're playing a flat gun build, you have Megavore, unless you're running Face Puncher, which can't crit, and Lucky 7, which already crits. So like, yeah, but Megavore would be absolutely insane. Arguably, it would get even more value on Zane than it would on Flak. Because think about how the peak of Flak power works. Peak of Flak power, for anyone who doesn't know, is grenades and shield novas. That's better than everything else Flak can do in most content. The other stuff that Flak has records with, Lucky 7, which doesn't benefit from Megavore. Whereas with Zane, Hustler Eraser, imagine having Hustler Eraser with Megavore. You have your Hustler chance to crit, and then you have your Megavore chance to crit. And the difference between Megavore crits and Hustler crits is these are real crits that get full damage formula including your critical hit damage bonuses, and you have how much from Headsman's Hand? 110%? So, yeah, you'd be getting that multiplier on your all of your eraser splits every time. Megavore would be absolute insanity on Zane. You could use it on Moze to start Minesweeper chains without needing crit spots or having pull the Holy Pin. Amara has Transcend, which is a really good amount of critical hit damage, so she would be less dependent on Indiscriminate for, like, non-crit based mobbing if she could just still crit anyway. Yeah, Megavore would be insane on every other character. You could argue that it gets more value on characters that aren't Flak, honestly. Even though Moze, in terms of damage, gets the least out of critting, she still has interactions that happen on critting that are good. Meanwhile, Flak just crits the most. Zane has the most to gain from critting, but also has more crit damage than Flak because life isn't fair, I guess. That's really unfortunate. The dot killed him. That's just disappointing. That's a reset. Give it to Moze just so he can skip it on 4 out of 5 builds. Yeah, Megavore... The big thing with Megavore is it applies only to bullets. So, it can't make things that can't already crit, able to crit. And it doesn't apply to anything that the game doesn't specifically look at and say, that's a bullet. So, anything that can short fuse can Megavore, for example, with a couple extra things. Like the action skill and 50% element annoyance. I don't think I have an item on me that has that. But yeah, those count as bullets, according to the game, weirdly. So that's why sometimes on Flak builds, you'll hit Rack Attack, and you'll see crits. Racks can't crit. It's the bonus element piggybacking on the Rack that is. Through Megavore, or hitting a natural crit spot. So, in setups like Iron Bear, you probably wouldn't get it, maybe, depending on the projectile. Because, like, Iron Bear gets big kick energy, which makes me question it briefly. But, yeah. Like, Amara's action skills, most of them wouldn't be able to take advantage. Big charger moment. Nope, reset. I took too much damage there. You Flak accuracy. Flaccuracy, if you will. Big kick is on shot, not on hit. Doubtful the Megavore would apply to Iron Bear stuff. Yeah, that makes sense. Because, like, Iron Bear stuff doesn't short fuse, so it tracks. Yeah, Flak having accuracy would be huge. Any of the accuracy skills. Keep in mind this hypothetical. Gotta be swapping it with another capstone. Are we keeping it in the same place in the skill tree? I don't think anyone outlined that, but if we were keeping it in, like, the same place in the skill tree, then yeah, Megavore would be absolutely huge for any non-clone Zane build. It would be huge for Amara gun builds. Because, like, Amara red capstone is good, but compared to other capstones, not very good. Zane's green tree capstone is just fucking terrible, so easy to beat that. Shield? I'm using the Stinger. This is the shield that drops from Anathema, the first boss in the Guardian takedown. It's the only Nova in the game that does melee damage, so that's why we use it. Every time! What is that shit? Ugh. Cost me so much time. I jumped too early as well. I missed the shot anyway. It's fine. That was a whole ass disaster. Let's run that back. We can do better. We can do better. So let me move the counter heading over a little bit. Disaster. I see what you did there. Well done. I approve. Make sure my nuke's loaded. It is. Threw the grenade too early. I hit the door. Well, we hollow pointed Kraken. I guess that's a way I could clear that as a backup, but ugh. Self-defense would be good for Black and Zane. Yeah, I mentioned that. And I missed anyway. It's fine. We're at the point where these runs are being pushed enough that unless I get a really, really, really good courtyard, if I miss double Valk skip, I'm just gonna reset. If I hit single Valk skip, then I'll go through the Valkyries fight, but probably reset after. Fast as the last run, but we could always get a better boxes. good. Not fantastic. That's not ideal. Recoverable, though. Right at that rack, it's something... Yeah. Only lost a couple seconds of that. Forgivable. It's not going to be a record, but it was another decent run. That tower's bad RNG. Still, with bad RNG, it was an okay kill. It's good to know I can recover from that. So, of the 3 towers, if it jumps to that one, I lose a couple seconds, but either of these is fine. They're the same pace. It's just trials. It's easy. It's just trials. Hey, the command worked on what Prince said. Let's go. Did you know the cry is stored in the L, P in the ball, stone in the underscore swan? If you answered yes, you are not ready for AmaraBuilds.com. Did someone say ball? I think someone did say ball. I also think that having the 150 over 90 GA might work out a little more favorably. If it denies me a smooth Woden kill, so be it, but I think it'll be more favorable. Priz out here getting bodied by Nightbot all stream, honestly. It's been consistent. Well, going down there's not great. I hope I still have enough overkill. I do. fucking barrel. I forgot again. I need to not slide there. Not a shock heavy, though. Pain. Oh well, it's good practice. Have I heard of Redfall? Yeah, I've heard of it. I don't really have much interest currently. I figure I'll wait and see what people think of the game once it's out. Because currently the majority of hype I've seen for Redfall has been driven by the people who just kind of get really hyped for every looter and then burn out on them in 2 weeks and go back to wanting new games and saying nothing comes out. So like, I'm tempering my expectations. Run that back. I gotta not down myself on the bridge. And, better courtyard. Maybe I could try the grenade radius. Class mod. It scares me a little, though. How often have I been in a situation where I needed to line up a fish slightly better? I don't think I need it. Like, the lineup we have for boxes is really consistent, where the fish will bounce and hit both of the spawns up there, the racks will seek them out, and the Novas will hit the enemies on the floor with me. That's a reset. My racks just didn't hit anything. If I don't get overkill, and I'm not standing completely still with a fully charged shot there, that guy doesn't die. He doesn't even die under those conditions. At least I'm getting more consistent there. Sir. Toxic. Finally last 5 seconds. I got it. At least I think. Head out, enjoy the run. Speedrun's not diarrhea. Maybe I enjoy both. I don't. Thank you, Viper. You have a good one. He bounced off the corpse. Huh. A risk I didn't account for. Hi Jake, I'm speedrunning right now, cat. Not on the desk. No, not on the desk. Not right now. Double bridge anyway. Maybe I need to throw fear fish there. Maybe I actually just wait for them to spawn for safety. Stop going to that pillar. It's slow. You have nuke now, might be worth blowing up the barrel after Box's door. Oh yeah, the one on the other side of the barrier. I know what you mean. It took me a second. Yeah, I should blow that one up too. Yeah, I have the time. Nukems destroy barrels? Yeah, Renegade. I shoot the nukem twice. It's gonna be 3 times now. In this run to destroy barrels. It is a level 30 nukem with the Torg projectile speed anoint. Level doesn't matter, but nice, fuck barrels. All my homies hate barrels. Try gunslinger, more speed. Fog was still there. This is fine. This is recoverable. Just don't go down again. I went down again. That's a problem.
Might not have overkill, but we'll find out. I should stop worrying about that. It's pretty consistent now. Slow. Bad movement as well. Huh, that doesn't do that. This should. Yeah. Ow. Not fantastic pace, bad movement, slow valks. I did miss one of those barrels with the Nukem, apparently. I see it over there. Bad movement. Again, not record, but good run. Except I got cryoed as soon as I said that. LOL. Now, as long as having Gunslinger instead of Scorcher doesn't interfere with my my boss fight, we're good. I think I threw that fish slow. Yeah, I was too far away. Just bad input. Bad kill. Run it back. Yeah, we're going for world records. Yeah, Silent. We hit a 351 Mal 1 today. And you're gonna like some of the tech that we started doing in the run. I'll point it out on this next run when we do it. It's a little silly. It's a little goofy. A little nonsensical. Hey Poison, how you doing? Long time no see. Hope things are going well. Ow. Did that miss? just be annoyed that goes a little too far. Not reset. I didn't like that lineup. Quaggus tech tips. I like tech. So you might have seen it for a second there. I have a nukem here. This nukem is to destroy barrels before I have to deal with them. So, like, the barrels by the gate going into Kraken, I pre-shoot those with a nukem before I clear the mobs. The barrels on the other side of the barrier right after Valks and the barrels on the bridge, I destroy those with a nukem while I'm doing boxes. Nukem. Provided I line it up correctly, I only shoot it 3 times in the run. Right, actually, provided I line it up correctly, I only shoot it twice, because the ones on the other side of the barrier I hit with a Nova instead. Could do that with a ground slam, honestly, but input economy. If I do it with Nova, I can also get some racks going. Missed. Okay. I want to reset that anyway. You ever make world record build for flags? This is pretty gnarly tech. Well, all of the flag takedown records are already with my build. They're already with this. I've just started changing up certain finer aspects to it. Good courtyard. My frame rate is not happy with me. Ah, I shot way too high. Reset. Starts coming out in milliseconds and speedrun, 90% change really makes a difference. Yeah. Doing the nukem thing gives me consistency. It allows me to slide on the bridge when normally you can't justify it because your snowdrift can just hit the barrel and kill you. So it lets me get like 3 seconds of 128 movement speed. That's problematic. It's only like 7 seconds or so lost. I should still have enough overkill. Hope I didn't jump too soon. I did. Oh, no, we're good. We're good. Big chillin'. Only 2 seconds behind. More now because bad movement, but that's okay. Just triple checking. So I can afford to. I would love a good boxes. Like, one of these runs. Be fan-fucking-tastic. Oh, there's that there. I forgot to destroy those. You know what, that's on me. I can't be mad at that. Even if I'd had good boxes there, that run would have died to that. That's on me. Think you can shoot the nuke with the door if you do it before you rack? Okay, I'll try that. Can afford to make a couple, like, mistakes there. Or try things, because we do have some enforced wait time while the enemies are spawning. So I'm open to trying. If I get that first Ratch kill at the start, I don't have to stop moving while doing my kick charger, which, while that's good, it means I need to optimize that movement, because I could just, shoot, slide more towards the third guy, than shoot them both from there. My cat. Good boy. I need you to, not be on my desk, though. Fuck off, dude. I shot too early. Let's reset anyway. Hey, Huntress, how you doing? I can toss fish and you initially drop. Nova seems fast. For what, the start of the run? Yeah, like... if it kills... well, the thing is, I have a chance to kill with the Nova, I have a chance to kill with the Rax, I have a chance to kill with the Peregrine. If all of that together kills something, then I have overkill for my shop. And that's really all I need. Nothing died. But right after I shot, something died. Had to improvise a little bit there. Definitely not how that was supposed to go. Sometimes you have to get silly. I'm not gonna have full power inside. Is that rad dot? Didn't need it. Cool. acceptable. Wow, I accidentally hit that slide boost and ground slammed out of it. Didn't know that was tech I could do. That's pretty sick. Ah, well, I can do this. Okay, yeah, that worked. And that worked. Excellent. At least these barrels are cleared now, except for they weren't. I thought they were. Okay, now we're good. We have a lot of time to just do stuff because of the waiting. Bad movement. Excuse me. Almost died there, had to slam. More bad movement. I gotta practice that section, like, a lot. Stupid, stupid, stupid. No, it's double bridge anyway. Cool. I don't need to care. I'm not responsible for my failure. Actions have no consequences. I'll live forever. Man. I want to start playing Rack Flag. Enjoyed Flag the most when speedrunning True Malon because of how reliably you could kill things with every attack. If you fail, slow down, you know it's on you. Yeah, I enjoy that too. That's part of why I like GTD, because there's no RNG. Like, well, there is RNG, but there's less. Like, the RNG is whether or not you get a diadem spawn, more than did this section decide to spawn enemies 20 seconds slower? And then did you get double bridge? Those are like the two things. If those weren't in place, yeah, I'd run Mallow one more. But today it hasn't been too bad. Bad movement. But otherwise, good courtyard. Lunch date today? Ooh, nice. That was fast. you, bridge. Very cool. Spawn's just slowed down. This was close, but nope. Don't want to go to work, just want to play BL3. It'll be here. Terrible decision making on my part. Run already dead, so I don't care. Evan, why are you meowing so much? Imagine if you could just dash through being slowed. Be amazing. Be amazing. Maybe I'll try different courtyard lineups, because getting through at 12 seconds, getting through the gate at 12 seconds is nice, but I know you can get through at 9. I can spend the day playing through TPS and Aurelia. Neat. Probably do a couple more attempts. 1 or 2 more good runs. So I have been live for longer than I thought. It is... I guess it's not starting to get dark. Thanks, time change. Kevin. You're just gonna knock the bowl all over the place. I'm looking at the water bowl on the wrong side of the room because you don't know how to drink. That's why the water is low, because you knocked it all out. He just kind of bats it around. That's fucking unfortunate. Shot too soon. That's okay. Heart wasn't in it. Cat, come here. Come here. He's a good boy. A little needy today, but a good boy. That was a big slide boost. Aiming the GA momentarily saved me. But only momentarily. This is so scuffed. Yeah, I'm just resetting this. We got rad dotted, we got cryoed. Ugh. You lived. That's rude. Cryo's unfortunate, but it's not a run killer. I don't think. Might be. I don't know. Shot too soon again. I gotta not do that. There's an audio cue that I could use instead of continuously messing up the timing. A certain beat of the song, if you must know. There's more proof time trial speedrunning is so fucking cool. The strats are just hilarious. Jetpack guys are... That dude really wanted a shot on me. Game started to chug along though. It has been open for quite a while. Yes, enjoy the cat commentary. Anything else to add? Interesting, interesting. And how do you think that'll play out? No thoughts? Guess not. I was slowed, so I couldn't dodge my fish. Now, I don't know if I have overkill anymore. Yeah, I used the audio that time. Still slow, though. That's profoundly unfortunate. Yeah, reset. Alright. One more, and we'll play it out. Because my game is demanding a reset, and I don't feel like doing that. So, that'll probably be it after this run. But still, I'll submit that 351 if I don't get a better one today. And then we'll just push this more, next time I do this. Okay, random fish falling on my head. Fish drops keep falling on my head. Alright, that doesn't count. That doesn't count. Doesn't count. Doesn't count. It's not the one more. That's the one more before the one more. One good thing about Malawan is you get a ton of runs in very quickly because it is short content. I didn't mean to hit that slide boost. rack bug, so I didn't get racks on that cast. And I'm cryoed. Oof. This is not pretty. Also, I have to pee. We're on PP%. Rack bug again. Oh, no, they went out. They went out. It momentarily appeared as if they didn't, but they did. This is very slow, though. Oof, 10 seconds behind. Just give me the best boxes of all time. And we'll be big chillin'. It's actually decent. Cryo. Pain. You can just go through door. It does. I think it did, at least. Were they still there on that run? It looked like they blew up, but I might have imagined that. I genuinely don't remember. And of course you jumped to that one. Oh, and you didn't even... Huh. Okay, that's because I don't have ASE melee. That's because I'm using the 150 over 90. Yeah, they're still there. Good to know. So it's good to know that the runs that go absolutely shitty off the rails are still sub 430. That's nice. Yeah, I'm dropping down to about 20 FPS in combat right now. Borderlands 3 is not used to being open for 6 hours without crashing. Surprised the audio didn't go. Yeah, so more of this next time I speedrun. I don't know, tomorrow's my day off as usual. I don't know precisely what I'm gonna be doing on Monday. Might be something special. Either way, come to stream to find out. Come to stream on Monday. I'd really appreciate it. Let's find somewhere for us to go. I appreciate you guys hanging out. Hope you enjoy the rest of your weekend. Yes, Cat, I'm gonna get you water in a minute. Nice little 6-hour stream. Got some good speed running in. Got on the board for Flacture Malawan. Now second place there. So it's only a matter of time before I take the first. And at some point I'm going to grind out to try to retake Wotan and Scourge records. Let's go to Lazy. Because he's playing Elden Ring and we'll enjoy the time trials, talks, and things. But yeah, I'll see you guys next time. Y'all are cool and fun and stuff, and I appreciate you immensely. Have a good one. Oh yeah, raid message, by the way. If you got my emotes, yes, Kevin, I'm going. If you got my emotes, do the thing with the thing and the thing, and I'll see you on Monday. Bye bye.